night in the streets. Now the haunt. You hear the chains. They coming. Midnight fog, slide through the mist. Cold steel gripped in an undead fist. Whispers in the alley, shadows don't shift. A ghost in a hoodie with a full black clip. 6 deep, all from the block. Buried in suits, but they still run shop. No face, no case, they silent and cold. Revenge on their mind, from the grave they roll. Gangster Ghost, they don't sleep, they flow. Chains go clang when the reaper roll close. Eyes all black and their souls been sold. You can't shoot back when the body's this cold. Phantom crew, they don't knock, they face. Walk through walls, set the block ablaze. From the tomb to the trap, now they roam in haste. Gangsta Ghost, bringing hell through the maze. Some creep in the trap where the candles burn. Ouija boards flip, now the killers return. Dead men talk in the code of the cursed. Every verse is a hex, every bar is a hearse. Blood drips red from a past unpaid. Now they ride through the night in the spectral parade. Hollow eyes, but they still got aim. Spraying ghost rounds, ain't nothing the same.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. Here's Clay, Teddy, and the Badger. How are you guys today?
The Badger. Official Orthobro trademark. Copyright.
How you been today, little guys?
Watching TV. For anybody else said
Just
it.
chilling.
I still can't get into YouTube, but I get into Restream.
Why do you keep making Aiden hotter every time you make a lady Aiden?
Oh,
That's not me. That's the AI.
great. Now he's got a badger boner. Way to go.
Is that Azo?
Yeah.
That Azo? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
This is my new, I guess, brand or whatever. But since
The
GG,
trans teddy bear?
well, it's not. It's just a tie dye. But there's this. I can't remember to say that it was made. I wanted something like teddy bear related because Gigi always talks about, way back when this got started, that, I was a teddy bear. So that's why I went with the asshole teddy bear. Or actually, I started off, I think, with the angry teddy bear. Then went back to asshole because I like.
It's for Pride Month. That's why it's that color.
No, it's just tie dyed, but
Anything rainbow is
course.
gay now, though, but the gays stole the rainbow from the Christians.
well, yeah, and that's fine. I mean, somebody thinks I'm gay, but but it's also kind of it's a jab
It's
at the
men's
opposite
mental
community,
health
the
month,
ones that I
but now
battled
it's
with,
men's
not the ones that I
mental
get along
health
with
month.
really well. But it's definitely a jab, put it that way. But the tie dye just happened to come out that color. I was asked if I liked it or I could handle using that, and I loved it just for the fact that it has like my old devil on there, and then it has the orbit on the nose, which is the joke between me and Earl, and it's got tie dye on it.
So you made it that color, you're saying, so you could like sneak into the gay live streams and troll them.
No, I just dress up as Clazy and they let me right in.
You're like, oh, I'm really good friends with Ryan, guys. And they're like, welcome.
Yeah, I'm not even getting into that 'cause I don't know Ryan well enough to have an opinion about it. I've never even spoke to him, so I'm not going to mock him. You guys do your thing. I'll do mine, I guess. But no, but originally the tie dye just happened to come out that color. She put it in there. She was messing with it. She liked it. When I saw it, it was like, yeah. I mean, because, like in my real life, I wear pink shirts once in a great while, especially when I used to work, because people like, guys don't wear pink.
But you wear pink underwear every day.
Who says I even wear it? You should know that, Badger Boner.
Gangster took my Olive Garden picture and then put a Nazi uniform on it with AI, so that's where I got my.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, in your video yesterday. So I'm like, oh,
I
I'm gonna make
turned it
that.
into a female
Make that my
Nazi.
pick.
Yeah, I turned him into a lady ate clay. And I had him have a son. that weird?
They turn Lady Clay and Lady Aiden into lesbians now. You just pissed off Wildheart. And probably Badger now because he's starting to get attracted to Lady Aiden, I guess.
To be fair, though, the
Always
last rendering of Lady Aiden doesn't really look like Aiden in the face. It looks like way more womanly.
Yeah, what do you think of this new Orthodox song I made?
Orthodox bros. Orthodox bros anthem, Tim.
Oh, look, there's Dustin. It's so funny. He looks like he had this lady on his leg trying to get him. He's like, get away from me.
We roll deep
I
with
thought
the
that was
sense
something
of
else.
swing. Icons blaze while the church bells ring. Me and Jess in the dome of fire, chanting psalms like a heavenly choir. Orthodox crew, yeah, we built to last. Taking on heresies from present to past. Sandman creeping, he better beware. We drop
Sounds like Azzo.
bombs like we don't even care. Orthodox bros, we don't back down.
Is he a charismatic Orthodox? Speaking in tongues?
Apparently, Clay's Orthodox now.
Yeah.
Trying to clown us, man, he just flexed. We back from right, true, dumb tradition, ancient truth. Tim and Jamie throwing shade on saints, but they church
Pentecostal Orthodox.
We'll meet up and I'll beat you up. We hit the street, chasing liturgy beats, busting the door, smoke. Even vampires
Yeah, Samuel gets me talking in tongues.
come on.
Is Daniel talking in tongues there? Is that what he was doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when he was making fun of him.
Actually, Pentecostal Orthodox.
Hey, Gigi, do you like Daft Punk?
What do you say?
Around the world.
Yeah, like,
I don't know.
but you know how like sometimes it's just a bunch of random words and sounds to a beat? Someone should just take Daniel making different noises and make a Daft Punk song.
And you've got to get some screaming in there too, Gigi.
Yeah, I do that a lot. I mix stuff up around, make it look like the same stuff.
I don't know if Daniel likes that, but I like that one.
What's ever gonna
Daniel's
come
gonna
with this
have to
Tim
get
and
over it
Dan
because
debate?
that's awesome.
Is the Tim and Dan debate not happening now, or what?
I don't think
No,
so.
Tim
because
decided he's gay.
I tried to ask him.
So he finally came out.
Tim decided it was better to be gay than to do the debate, so
You know how cool it would be if Dan live streams and shows up at Tim's house and is like, debate me right now?
That's something you would do. You're a stalker.
you
guy.
just hear Insane Clown Posse start playing when he knocks on the door.
Yeah.
Juggalo. Daniel
Tim
starts
comes
getting
out
over
in
to his
face paint.
Juggalo.
It's something that I heard you say that.
We
It's
saw
like an
that
army
song,
of
but that was
juggalos
like-
meets Dan at the door, and Dan's like, "Oh no."
That's when he starts talking in tongues.
There's that.
This is
Oh,
only
God,
the third
this
time
song,
this has
like, I
happened
made
to
it.
me.
You probably didn't know, Jess, but we posted the Juggalo AI thing of Tim in a Juggalo subreddit. And someone's like, bro, please do a collab with me. And it was so fucking funny. The Juggalos love it.
Was that was it
Hold on, my connection's awful.
Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one having trouble today then.
was it you who wanted to do a song with him?
I think it may have been Azzo, but I don't know.
A song with who?
Yeah.
With Tim,
Yeah.
we're gonna have you
Also
and Tim
gonna
on, and
knock
you're
you
gonna do You're gonna do a live stream, camera on karaoke.
Oh no.
All
I
right.
just couldn't.
Oh, that's a lot better.
You sound better.
Okay. Yeah, my phone was overheating or something. I don't know what's going on.
Because I was watching the latest Lady Aiden.
Is it because you have a Google
It
Pixel
was
phone?
because of it's because of Tim's Juggalo energy is overheating my phone.
Or it's his
Yeah.
holier than thou. He's God's favorite, and he asked God for a favor, so he's going after the orthos.
Do you think Azzo? Do
Tim's
you
like,
think Tim's ever like? Do you think Tim's ever like? Dear God, please make Azzo's cancer come back and kill him. Like, do you think he prays to God for stuff like that?
Well, it would be funny
Probably.
because
Seems hateful enough to do
the
it.
type of cancer that I've got doesn't generally kill people. It is aggressive. The people generally, I mean, yes, people do die from. I'm not saying it doesn't, but like worst case scenario, generally because it's such an aggressive tumor, is people end up getting like arms and legs amputated because it gets in some people's muscles. I know it sounds weird. I got lucky. My cancer is here, but literally, abdominal ones are a little easier to treat. The biggest fear with mine is that it spreads out, and like when they went the second time to get the second tumor out, they couldn't because it's wrapped around my digestive system. But they're not even worried about that because you can have bowel transplants. The problem is if this thing gets entwined with your blood vessels, there's no way to repair a blood vessel. So what do blood vessels do? It feeds organs. So if you damage blood vessels, livers, pancreases, probably prostates, anything that's fed by, those blood vessels is going to die. Literally. There's no stopping it.
Yeah.
God, you're all right, Ted.
But,
Have
for
you
him
guys-
to pray for that, just even further, reinforces my belief that he's not a Christian, period.
when you said bowel transplant, have you ever heard of something called a fecal transplant that all these athletes and stuff are doing?
Clay gets fecal transplants, but he does it
With like Asian.
recreationally.
I do it with like the Asian kind because it's
Clay
like
gets
extra healthy.
fecal transplants.
The Asian kind is like loaded with bacteria that helps make my gut stronger, my biome.
Man, I ain't worried about that. I don't need fecal
It's a real thing though. I heard someone talking about it and I'm like,
Clay?
this sounds like some weird gay stuff. And it's like a real thing.
See, the thing about it is, even if it was a real thing,
like the recreational ones you do in the bath in the truck stops, right?
Orally, that's nasty. Saying yeah, but see, it probably
The
wouldn't
kind
work
Ryan
with me since I
be
don't have
doing
a
with
colon.
Jeremiah.
Wait, I'm gonna look this
Have
up.
you ever seen that commercial? Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's fecal transplants.
No.
I don't know. What do you say, Timmy? Hold on. What do you say?
I said most likely. I'm looking it up now. Most likely, I probably couldn't even get a fecal transplant because I don't have a colon. But then now I'm thinking it's like, well, that's why I'm looking at the procedure. Because in my mind, they get a handful of poop, shove it up your butt.
If you think a fecal transplant will benefit you, I could send you a lot.
No, I got my own. We got goats here too. FMT, fecal microbiota transplant, also known as a stool transplant, involves transplanting stool from a healthy donor to a patient's colon to restore the healthy. Yeah, see, I don't have a colon.
Yeah, supposedly like Tom Brady is doing that, and like a lot of athletes, and it does something to help.
The procedure typically
your
involves
biome,
where a liquid stool suspension is infused into a colon or an enema.
So gross.
Some
Like,
cases,
let me get an enema of a donor's shit.
Pills containing freeze-dried stool, meaning I'm guessing you eat the pill. I ain't eating a poop pill.
Maybe it's a suppository and you don't eat it. You put it in there.
That could be. That would make more sense. Because I'm sure the stomach would probably destroy that.
If you want to be super healthy for your gut bacteria, you got to get it from like an Indian man.
It works typically healthy bacteria. So it's all based on like microbiotics. Then fecal transplants is typically. Yeah, we just read that. I never even knew that existed. I thought you were. talking.
No, it is a
again.
real thing. That sounds
Yeah.
like insane, but
Yeah, it's FMT
like
is what it's called. It's
athletes,
short.
it's like a trendy thing that athletes,
Right.
like some athletes, are doing.
Well,
So
it's like a lot of athletes have always that they heard something.
Why
There's some
does
that
it
jump
make
into
me
it.
think of that episode of South Park where Cartman was eating backwards?
Ooh.
I don't know, but it
Do you
does
You
remember
mean like
remind me of
sticking in your
that.
butt and
Yeah, and
kicking
they
it out
all
your
have a
mouth?
Clean the
party.
food.
They all go to a
Yeah.
party and they're passing around like a trash can and they're like, "Bleh."
Oh my God! No wonder I don't like South Park.
Ugh.
Wow. You guys
Yeah.
are
But the
crazy.
fecal transplant, like it is something that sounds like made up and insane.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
it's just so
it does kind of
foul
make sense. I may
or
actually,
so vile.
if I can remember, I'll ask my oncologist.
Do you think if Tim got one, maybe he'd become a regular person?
No, because he talks shit. Where do you think all that stuff comes from? A healthy bowel.
It's because Tim's problem is he does fecal transplants all day.
Yeah. He would have to have a constant infusion.
What
Oh,
if he
great.
got
Well,
one from a Christian, like a real Christian, and then he
If he-
actually had the Holy Spirit in him and he changed?
If you keep playing this, Gigi, you're going to lose attention. He's going to be focused on your little.
I know Gigi's really
There's
pissed
Clay.
at
No, there's Clay.
him.
Here's Clay Dean.
Oh, there you go, Jamie. I heard Clay takes oral fecal transplant.
Shit.
Ugh,
Uh,
God. Wait, I think also did an episode.
Jamie
about,
got a fecal transplant, and then he was balding, and then he grew all his hair back.
Oh,
Not to jump
But
on Jamie, but
sadly,
does that mean that's
the
butthole?
donor was a gay hippie.
Yeah. The donor for his was like a Serbian man.
oh, hi, Z. Daniel. Did you like that?
Don't you
video I made
ever
of the
call me
overalls?
Z-Den again.
Sorry, Daniel.
I'm just
Like
joking
burning
with
bushes
you,
any
Gangster Ghost.
better?
I love you. Now, did I watch that
Oh.
recent video? Yeah, I did. I think it kind of got ruined by me having audio. Like you left the audio in for some of my
sorry.
clips, so it's like it was hard to hear the lyrics. Plus, me being like,
I like when we hear you go.
Yes, because you're Pentecostal Orthodox. Come on.
I'm
admit
speaking
it,
in
Daniel.
tongues.
Yeah.
We're talking about Azzo's talking about getting a fecal transplant.
No, I ain't talking about it. You didn't have me convinced it was a real thing until I looked it up. So,
Clay said if he needed some fecal matter.
It's real,
Yeah.
dude.
Clay knows all
Tom
about
Brady.
that.
Look up Tom Brady fecal transplant, and then you can see it. He's like, "That's how I'm so old, and I'm still like such a good athlete. It's because
Yeah,
I get fecal transplants."
Clay started reading from. There's a guy named K-Log, the same guy who made the cereal, and he was fascinated with putting yogurt in his butthole, and that's actually what Clay does. And
No.
sometimes he even eats it.
and then eats it? Yeah, I'm saying it puts granola
That's
on
what
it.
Dan's looks like
It's
when he gets back from
psilocybin yogurt.
Dustin's.
Oh,
It's
word.
psilocybin yogurt.
Daniel. Clay eats the same yogurt, but puts corn in it just so he knows where it came from.
That's what Jeremiah. Fucking
With
Ryan
this
said.
young
He's
young
like,
boy's
he's like, here,
hands."
Jeremiah, take this yogurt.
this
That's so
and
gross.
Jeremiah made me this yogurt himself with his own young hands.
With his own. This is Jeremiah's yogurt, everybody, and it's like a little thing of white fluid.
Okay, real talk for a second. Wait, real talk for a second. Has anybody else been having trouble with YouTube today getting on?
Yeah, a little bit, but I'm in like a terrible area for reception.
Okay, yeah, usually I get right. It took me forever to get mod stream earlier. I left and tried to come back a little bit later when I was hoping things calmed down, and I couldn't get back in. And then I'm trying to get into Gigi stream, and I can't get into YouTube, but I can jump on restream, no problem.
Jess, what does your avatar say? Because I can't read it.
The corns are for preventing masturbation. Oh,
Can
Sandal,
the picture
you're
be
killing me.
interpreted? Yes. So there's a normative authority. Oh, can scripture be interpreted? Yes. So there's a nominal authority. Yes. Where does the authority come from? Scripture.
I'll send you the meme.
Gotcha.
Is this supposed to be like circular reasoning, or is this just like explaining the whole?
It's
route
showing
of-
that it's like a
literally?
cycle.
Yeah, it's
Okay, a cycle and not circular reasoning. You know, that's why I says it's a circle. I didn't hear.
it's like the
hear
sola
anything was said.
scriptura thing, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Jess is gone.
And stay out.
I told Jess about the Golden Dawn today, and he was like blown away.
Did you like the music I had on there, Daniel?
Yeah. What was? I don't remember the style anymore.
It was a Christian. I did it as a Christian rock.
Nice. I'm about to make a new song today.
Were you able to read it?
Oh.
Yeah, I think I was able to read it. Like it says, can you interpret scripture? Yes. So there's a nominative authority. Yes. So what is it? Scripture. So it's sola scriptura, circular reasoning. Jess?
You there, Jess?
I think he's also driving, so his signal sucks.
Yeah, that's what happens when you lust after Lady Aiden.
Lady Aiden.
Wild Heart's on the other end of your internet, switching it on and off.
Dan, that was so funny. But Clay said he said Teddy, if you need any freako better, I gotta laugh.
What?
What he said earlier. Was so funny.
Did you
What'd you
offer
say?
fecal material to Teddy?
Oh, yeah. I was like, I could send you a lot. You don't
Yeah.
have to use your insurance and waste money. No copay.
Yeah, all I gotta do is
I'll
watch
just
some of
send you
these
a-
streams, and I've got enough fecal matter
I'll
to
send you a,
last.
if it fits a chips box, load it to the top. They kind like if you didn't like someone and they needed that, you could just send them like some dog shit.
Then you become part dog.
You would know like, oh, this dude's gonna put dog shit in his butthole.
Oh, great!
Are you
Do
alright?
that to Timmy. You're the good boy. You're the good boy. That's,
Here you
that's
go,
just
Tim.
it, Timmy. He doesn't understand why he's chasing this. But,
He gets that's like
yep, it must have been
he gets some
Labrador
new
fecal
like
matter.
form of Ebola or something. What they call it instead of Ebola, they call it like Charleston, South Carolina fever.
Oh.
It's from
Here's another song I have. Can the Orthodox defeat all the heresies?
Oh, so you have two of them.
3 actually. Count that one video I made.
Okay.
This
is one I haven't
This is a Christian rap.
Icons blaze while the church bells ring. Daniel and Jess in the dome with fire. Chant songs like a heaven built to last. Taking on heresies from the present to past. And fight with Sandman who true orthodoxy better beware. We drop true bombs like we don't even care. Daniel fight with Sandman over shit.
Oh, this is the same song, just without the video?
No, this is a different song. This one's actually this is a rap version of it.
So it's the same lyrics, though, right? Because I'm recognizing the lyrics. They're the
Yeah.
same as the other one. Yeah.
But this
you
is
need to
the,
take the
rap.
Daniel out of the chanting songs online because that's more of like a Jess thing. Dan don't really do that.
Uh-oh, I can see another Daniel robot clip coming.
On us, man, he just flunks. We back on tradition, ancient truth, not new edition. Tim and Jamie throwing shade on saints, but their church history got too much paint.
Get the fuck
we
out
bring
of the way.
fathers, the scrolls, the creed, apostolic flow, they just can't read. Chasing cassards, we hit the street, chasing demons with liturgy beats, busting the door with incense smoke. Even vampires start to choke. Church crowd fighters with holy might, bringing vespers
like this.
into
It's
the
cool.
night. In the name of the cross and the empty tomb, we clear the darkness, make heresy go boom. Orthodox rose, we don't back down. With the prayer of the soul
Boom.
and the martyr's crown. From the east we rise and strong and proud. Shout it loud. In Daniel singing.
Oh, right there should have been something about Tim being a clown.
Tim and Jamie, catch us in prayer. Truth like fire in
Oh, just as I say that, we've got Wait Timmy.
Get down.
They don't jiggle.
Oh, sorry.
Beast has got it right. Orthodox Bros Anthem. Style.
How many of these did you make?
Epic rap. Rock fusion with heroic choir vibes. We roll deep with the sense of swing. Icons blaze while the church bells ring. Daniel and Jess in the dome with fire. Chant psalms like a heavenly choir. Orthodox crew, yeah, we built to last. Taking our heresies, the present, the past, and fight with Sandman. Who true orthodoxy better beware. We drop truth bombs like we don't even care. And Daniel fight with Sandman over shit. Orthodox and Catholics should come back together. They fight Bruce and Timmy. Orthodox bros, we don't back down with
Bruce and Timmy, I like that.
Crown from the east, we rise standing strong and proud. Shout it loud.
I hope I never get on the bad side of Gigi.
Verse 2's got Jess.
Yo, Bruce talking about the baby dunks. Trying to clown us, man, he just flunks. We bap him right, triple dunk. Tradition, ancient truth, not new addition. Tim and Jamie throwing shade on saints, but the church history got too much pain. We bring the fathers, the scrolls, the creed. Apostolic flow, they just can't read. In cast socks, we hit the street. Chasing demons with liturgy beats. Busting the door with incense smoke. Even vampires start to choke. Church crime fighters with holy might. Bringing vespers into the night. In the name of the cross, an empty tomb. We clear the darkness, make Jersey go boom. Orthodox bros, we don't back down with a prayer in our soul and a martyr's crown. From the east we rise standing strong and proud. Shout it loud. Orthodoxy now. Orthodoxy now. Daniel, Jess, and
Hey, where's the prayer solo?
beware. Tim and Jamie catch us in prayer. Truth like fire and our hearts ablaze. Orthodox bros in the end of days.
What do you think of
Nice.
that?
Damn, I like that.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
ChatGPT came
I
up
don't
with
know
those
which one I
lyrics.
like better, to be honest.
Yep.
Not bad.
Damn.
I might.
Yeah, like I said, I don't want to ever be on Gigi's bad side because if he can do good stuff with people he likes, can you imagine? He'd destroy us if he, didn't like us, or if he was more like Timmy.
Here's Dancing Clay.
Don't jiggle, jiggle. It folds. I like to see you wiggle, wiggle. For sure.
Yeah, he dances like a white guy, that's for sure.
You really don't jiggle, jiggle.
Is that your version of the sprinkler?
I like how the shotgun kind of just melds in with Clay. He and Clay and the shotgun are one.
Well, that's part of his fecal transplant.
Just glitching out.
I mean, talk about spread shot.
You really don't jiggle, jiggle. It folds. I like to see you wiggle, wiggle. For sure.
GG photoshopped a shotgun in my hand.
Do you think he has 2 barrels back there? You think he has one in
Is
reserve?
that an over?
Yeah, it is.
It just mentions that the tailgate is also dancing.
I love over.
There's a bunch of dead animals on my tailgate, but GG cropped it out.
Don't jiggle, jiggle. It folds. I like to see you wiggle, wiggle. For sure.
He dances good as hell. I think not.
Yeah, that's a nice looking over and under. Damn. I mean, I've got one. I love mine, but
Oh, funny. Oh, so funny.
hey, Wildheart,
the
I
heart?
see you come in.
What's up, dude?
Cool, buddy.
Yeah.
You do any more Quran origami?
The wild fart.
No, we can do one tonight if you want. Oh, if not, that's fine.
Oh, is this true?
No.
What's it say?
Depends how pious you
Sandals
are, to be
is
honest.
Obviously
I know
showing
some
that
churches
she's
you
being
can't have any
racist right
music.
now because she thinks rap.
That
music's
doesn't look
stupid.
burnt to me, wild fart.
No, I burned a little bit of it.
You didn't burn it.
He said he's gonna light it on fire and throw it through
Well,
the
I mean,
window of the local mosque.
Oh, it looks like a little cross where it got burnt. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Wild fart.
I see Jesus.
But they burned a bit of it, and I'm gonna.
Did you at least ignite it from your ass?
Who is this person? That I can stop.
Wait, let me get. Was that the
Yeah,
Quran?
it's the Quran,
sorry.
He's burning the Quran.
No,
Is that-
no,
is that-
sorry.
is getting-
Who is that person? Then I can immediately stop talking to him. Who just said that?
Dustin Buck?
Right.
You say that every time we cross paths,
Tesla,
bro, and you
sorry.
always manage to talk to me.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Young boy.
This is a young boy.
Like that one song of
Young boy.
Lady Aiden dancing. He likes that, right?
Oh, I love Lady Aiden. Yeah.
You got to get PJ
Yeah, we
to
got
join.
another suitor, so you got to deal with Jess.
Well, seriously, Dustin, after that comment, you are not worth talking to. You are not worth my time.
bro, you've never been worth my time. Eat
Okay.
shit, dude, with both hands.
That's fine.
He's not hungry. Oh, sorry. Oh, he can. If he doesn't have any, Clay can send him another request.
I know Clay's into that fecal matter transplant going on.
It's the wave of the future.
I don't know.
Well,
Jamie
half of
said
your
it helps them grow.
genome, like
Hey,
literally
Jamie had a
half of your
receding
genome
hairline.
is bacteria, and the other half is virus.
Yeah. Jamie swears up and down it helps him like grow his hair back.
I mean, I might look into it now.
What about you,
I
Jess?
don't- That's
What
that's a
about
lot
me?
cheaper than that.
I
Bosley.
have hair. I shave my head
Why
sometimes.
not just rub the fecal matter on your head and grow hair?
I want to know what
It's
Ted.
like
I want to know
Miracle-Gro.
what Azho's secret is, man. He went through chemo and he's got a full head of hair.
I like to see you wiggle, wiggle.
Genetics.
And it shows.
That's the only thing.
He's secretly Orthodox.
But then also, to be fair, the first chemo that I went through wasn't really high. You know, it's one of the side effects, but it wasn't really way up there like a lot of them are. But the second round is where they said that, you know, don't be surprised if your hair thinned out. And my hair might have thinned out a little bit, but not where you would think that I was even doing chemo. Or I mean, even for my age, I've got a lot of hair compared to a lot of guys I run around with, but they also cut their hair short where they kind of look like, no offense, Wild Heart, but
I hear you
see a lot of
speaking
forehead.
of your hair, but I don't hear you speaking of the secret for how you kept your hair, sir. That's what I want to know.
I
Hey,
said genetic.
I think you're full of shit. You're lying to me, Azzo. You can let me in on the secret.
No,
you can let me in, bro. You can just let me. I want to grow my hair back. Okay, let me in.
Okay.
You don't need to,
Everybody
Dustin.
turn the sound off so I can give him the secret to
No,
my hair.
Gangster Ghost,
What I did was I
You're
rubbed
perfect just the
Gangster
way
Ghost,
you are,
Gangster Ghost,
little
Gangster
guy.
Ghost,
You
Gangster
cannot
Ghost,
let him tell the secret. Keep filibustering.
Gangster Ghost. If I can really insult,
See, what you do, seriously, Dustin, you go find somebody with really nice hair. Sorry, Wald, I'll finish really quick and I'll shut up. Find somebody with really, really nice hair, ask them for a stool sample, and rub it in your hair once a day, and your hair will be fabulous.
Dear Lord in heaven, I think I'm
Hold
gonna.
the line, Azzo. Good.
Just rub the stool sample into your scalp, Dustin.
Gangster Ghost, I appreciate that you have done nothing wrong, but I can't put up with these fucking assholes.
Hey, Wildheart,
probably
who's
shouldn't cuss
talking right now? Do you
anyway.
even
Yeah.
know? Yeah, okay.
The wild fart.
Don't cuss.
Wildheart doesn't even know who's talking half the time. He's so far gone.
I know. I said something the other day, and he started screaming like, "Shut the hell up, bubblegum, you piece of shit!" And he was like going on and on about bubblegum, and it was something I said.
You
and I'm
sound
like,
nothing
and
like
then I
that
joined
guy.
in. I joined in, and I'm like, "Yeah, but Wildheart, like, if you only knew like what happened with them and bubblegum," and then he's like, "Well, Clay, I know how you are. You never say anything bad about people online." I'm just like, "Oh,
wow."
It was like
I don't know. What is it? What did you do? What line did you stand in? Like, nobody will criticize you, Clay. I've noticed this. Like, nobody from that side of the aisle, like, they just, like, they'll shoot at Jess.
Well, Wildheart Steel, what I think
I
Wildheart Steel
criticized
is,
Clay the other day.
Wildheart cannot distinguish American accents, so we all sound the same to him, even though to us we sound differently.
Huh?
That might be what it is. But also, what's hilarious is he
is.
can't tell the difference between anyone, and Bond's such a retard that he'll take his word for it.
I know. You could just say shit when you're on there with him and somebody else, and then be like, "Shut up! Don't say that," and then name the other person, and Wildheart will run with it.
That's probably why he never knows it's you.
No, I don't know, dude. I think it's just a weird thing. There's this other lady
I was gonna
that
say
we
Tracy.
constantly used to troll. Yeah, and she'd
Yeah,
be like, if
and
Clay
Tracy
said
was
it,
just like,
it's
Clay
like
would
written in
never
stone.
lie about anything. It's just like, are
Clay
you kidding
never
me?
Clay's
knows.
lied to me 5 times today already.
And then, shit, no, I haven't. Fucking,
You lie to me every day.
I don't like straight up lie, but I'll goof around. But anyways, he didn't believe, Dan, that you were in the Hemeretic Order of the Golden Dawn,
Hermetic,
which
yeah.
is like a
The
literal
hermaphroditic
multi-marketing.
Order of the Golden Dawn.
Yeah,
Sure.
Dan was in that.
Oh, were you like
and he was like,
were you
I'm
like
sorry,
a DM? Were you like
Leslie.
a dungeon master?
No, he was like a shrine holder.
master, actually.
Something.
You
Something.
must know I was a shrine master, but yeah.
It's like a literal MLM pyramid
Like a Marian
scheme.
shrine?
He sent them
Marian?
like
No.
thousands of dollars, and they were like, all right, you can recruit people,
Yeah, right.
and we'll give
so
you a
Clay likes to
percentage.
mix fiction in with truth, but
See, that's
yeah, if you want to know
you
the
never
honest
know
truth,
what
yeah,
Clay's
I was
saying.
in the order.
I'm telling you,
And
Jess,
it wasn't
inquire.
$1,000 or anything like he's saying, but you know, it's you know, there's a little bit of history, and Clay can play around with some of the facts to make them funnier.
Well, all you have to do is watch the YouTube videos.
I watched
and they're
a
like,
couple
if you
of
want to know the
clips,
secrets, just
and they seem to be really obsessed with the 3 magi teaching Jesus a bunch of stuff.
Well, yeah,
Their thing.
they that was like part of the Bruce Codex thing. Like there's a book that they put out called "Was Jesus a Magician?" and I helped edit it.
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel, did you ever do like shamanic chanting and stuff?
Sure.
Do you feel like those tones? Do you feel like those tones ever? I'm not making accusations, but I'm just asking. Do you feel like those tones ever come to you, and you have to fight them off when you're chanting? Now?
No, it's nothing like that. It's not like tones can be evil. I mean, tones are literally like what we're using right now to speak to each
Yeah,
other.
but I'm talking
It's
about
just the matter of your intention behind them.
But shamanic chants are like pagan frameworks. Like tones mean different things. There's a reason like the Orthodox use particular tones. I'm just wondering because like sometimes like some stuff can sound a little shamanic to me because I know some of it from like my Native American heritage. Does that make sense?
Well, I was never a Native American, but chanting has been done throughout human history, whether it be in the Middle East or in Native America or Asia or in Europe. They've always chanted. Everybody has always chanted, including the Orthodox.
But like the Orthodox traditions and stuff, like they try to adhere to certain tones, correct?
If you're in a church, if you're doing worship together, you have to be in the same tone, or else it'd be chaotic. God is the God of order. But when you're doing your own personal prayer, you can use anything you want. You can read. You can use a different tone. Kalisis Wares, he came up with the phrasing tone 9. But yeah,
But
no,
I was
there's
just
nothing evil
wondering,
about it.
like, because I learned some of the chants and stuff, but then I stopped doing them because I talked to a pastor at the time, not a priest, obviously, and he told me that all of that is pagan and like I shouldn't do any of it, and like even just the tones and the repetitions of it. But I don't know.
What, in Orthodoxy?
No, that was when I was Protestant. I was told that. But they're weird about all of that stuff in general.
We roll deep with the sense of swing. Icons blaze while the church bells ring. Me and Jess in
What
the
am I listening to?
chanting psalms like a heavenly choir.
Oh,
I don't know what you're talking about, Dustin. I don't hear any music.
Dustin, do you smell burning toast right now?
I think my gasket just
really
blew.
quiet
I'm
right now.
listening to. I don't know what the hell this is.
What are you talking about?
You don't
Wait
hear
until it gets
anything.
to the good part. With Dan,
Is it the good part of what you're not hearing? I didn't even mention it was music, Daniel.
I know, I messed it up. And I can't gaslight correctly.
Bruce talking about them baby dunks. Trying to clown us, man, he just flunks. We bop him right, triple
Dustin, do you have a
Did you just say
segment
flux?
coming in the word playlist?
Did you just say flux?
It was written by ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Oh man, I might have to stop here. There is a really creepy looking building off this back road, and then there's just a huge wooden sign in front of it that says guns with an arrow pointing at the door.
That's like something you hear right before somebody disappears, like forever. Like the last thing we ever heard from Jess is, "Look at this sign that has guns on it and an arrow."
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a liberal
like,
trap
All of
to
that
kill you.
glitched out except for your laugh.
Right.
That was weird.
Well,
You know how Dan was talking about shamanic tonal chanting and how that doesn't really say anything? When you think about it, it doesn't really say anything because like everybody does that. Like fans
do you know
for a
what?
sports event, you know, or like
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a very human thing, and one thing that like God gives us things that are good, and we misuse
Yeah.
them. Like love is a good thing, and like we can misuse it, and it can become lust, or any virtue can be turned to something demonic. So it's obviously chanting can be used incorrectly, and it can be used for bad things, but nothing's
it
evil.
could be
about
used
it in
for
and of
everything
itself.
though, like a sports event, a political rally, a Black
Yeah.
Lives Matter
Yeah.
peaceful protest. Like there's always
Peaceful.
chanting.
Oh, love of a
Wind
tree.
burning buildings.
Do you
Yeah.
know how the kings of old used to pass messages back and forth before there was writing?
With pigeons?
No, you couldn't. What would the pigeon do if there's no writing?
You just
What is
tell
the
it.
pigeon gonna
You
do?
tell it what you want it
No.
to tell them.
No,
fucking
you
with
put
you.
figurines.
Use a
You put
horn.
figurines in a box, right? And you have them set up in a certain way so that they arrange a story. That was the way you used to send messages back and forth back in the day.
Yeah.
Wait, what? So like,
If
what
you have
would
to
they
send
send
someone
the
to
thing
deliver
along?
it.
Why wouldn't they just say to
Yeah,
it?
why wouldn't you just tell
Why
them to
can't they just say
repeat
the
it?
message?
Like
Yeah.
a crier or whatever
Because
they call it.
how would you know? How would you know that the message wasn't tampered with in some way, shape, or form? Because
You
like
would
if
have to
I
trust the
told
messenger.
Same thing
you,
with the figurines.
if I told you there's no way for you to
Figurines could
write
be
this stuff
rearranged.
down, right? You got to remember it the whole time. What if you forgot a detail?
You ever see that movie called The Tower? And the guy's like, the souffle is the message or whatever, the cupcake.
No, I've never seen it.
Maybe it's not called The Tower. It's like a Spanish movie, and they're in a weird prison where the food goes from the first floor all the way to the bottom, and the people on the bottom starve. It's on Netflix. It's like a
I've never
Netflix
I know what
original.
you're talking about.
Is it called The Tower?
Oh, Jess has seen it.
Or The Platform or something like that?
I don't think it's called The Tower. That's a
Stephen King.
That's a Stephen
Is that
King
Matthew
series.
Matthew
Yeah.
McConaughey movie or whatever?
Well, that is, but Clay wants to talk about a
Yeah,
different
this is
one.
like a
Yeah.
Spanish like
He
weird
said the tower,
prison
but he didn't mean the tower.
movie that's like weird.
Maybe it's called Castello or something.
No, it's like an English name. The Platform, maybe.
They're just trying to trick you into communism. They're like, if we were all just on the same level, we would all be able to eat and everything.
Well, I think
would
it's
be
to show that
decent.
communism
we just
won't
pick
work.
one
People above
flat
and below.
building? Then
Maybe.
if we had a one flat floor, it'd just be the people at the center that would eat food, and then everyone surrounding them would starve.
Well, that's how
What
this
are we
is.
talking
Thinking that,
about right now? I'm so lost. What are you guys talking
Dustin,
about?
we're talking about simulation theory. Are you living in a simulation, Dustin? Are you living in a simulation?
Did you know Calvinists and
Well,
simulation theory goes like hand
People are
in
getting
hand?
obsessed with the simulation theory.
Like you can't
Well,
believe
I-
in simulation
Daniel
theory
wonders why Dustin
and not
doesn't
believe
like
and not be a Calvinist.
What are you talking about, Clay?
Because if it's a simulation,
Simulation
then that means everything is
Are you a
predetermined.
Calvinistic simulation
Well,
theory?
That
no,
does
but if
not
it's a
mean
simulation
that.
at all,
That does not mean that.
it
No, it's
does.
not
Yeah, because you
predetermined.
could make a
No,
simulation.
no. If you're putting
Yeah,
together
you
a
could do it
simulation, you
iteratively.
have consequences that are unforeseen. Sometimes your code runs against it. Sometimes you have features of codes that are meant to help stuff that end up causing
Oh, man.
damage elsewhere. I mean, ask any programmer. Ask any of them. There's
Yeah,
So you're
unforeseen
saying you think
consequences
we're in
all
a
over the place.
simulation?
No, I'm not saying that.
so like for example, Clay,
I think
in
what
the
Dustin's
science
saying is
laboratory, they
like we
recently
could be
just
in a
did this.
simulation,
Well,
but then
hold up, Clay.
Keanu
Just be
Reeves.
quiet for a second. All right, so look, I literally just read an article about this that they think that they were able to test a quantum wormhole using like a
Einstein bridge.
Rosen Einsteinian bridge or whatever, but they did it in a simulation. Who's San? You might not want to have Sandals.
Yeah, get
up here,
Sandals
dude.
off of here.
Who is that?
He's gonna
Who
porn
is
bomb
that?
you, dude. Get that guy out of
If
here.
we're in a simulation, how does a fecal transplant really work?
It-
Wow,
Because your fecal matter is mainly bacterial. If you have bad bacteria in your gut, then the transplant will introduce good bacteria so that it can take back over the territory. Now, can we get back to what's really
But
at
how does
hand?
that benefit?
How does that benefit you?
athletes like
Because
Tom Brady and
good
stuff?
bacteria does things like it produces good proteins, and it also takes and it breaks down the material, the fibrous material, better than it does the other one. Because the bad bacteria will produce gas and will also produce rot, and that's bad for the body because it doesn't have enough immune system to fight it off.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the theory that everyone has parasites and we all need to do a cleanse?
Yeah. So we can maybe have to address two things before we move on here, because we're gonna chain gun this. Okay, number one, we should address the fact that somebody came in here like with my face, and then Clay, did you see that? Didn't that look like
I'm on my phone, so
that one guy that we knew?
I'm driving.
Oh my gosh, you might have to relook at it.
Which guy?
But it looked like a picture of
Daniel,
Draco.
I really
It looked
don't
like
think
probably
that was
was.
you. I think you're seeing things that aren't there. I do remember him looking a little like porn bombing, but I don't think that was your
Well, we
face
know
on
these
that.
porn
dude.
bombing kids, and one of them lives.
Well, he used a picture of me when I was in the Joker
One of them
face.
lives.
That was like literally footage
St.
of me.
Cloud.
What if it was
I'm gonna
What if
have
it
to
was
want to
Wild
see
Heart?
that. I don't know. I don't think your face was used, bro. I really don't. I didn't see you in there.
Yeah, it's because you haven't seen me with the Joker face.
I'd have to see a side by side, but I think you're
earlier
just.
days, I used to.
I
do
think
some-
you're superimposing yourself in there. I don't think that's what was there.
Oh, okay, fair.
Dan,
I didn't see it at all, so I have no idea.
Right.
Yeah, you would have to
take a picture and send me. Just rewind it.
Yeah, I have
Rewind
to
it and take a
go back in
picture,
YouTube.
and then we tell if it's Draco.
Okay.
If it's Draco,
No, we don't want to show it on here. That was a porn image, bro. No, don't do that. What are you doing? Don't do that. What? Why are you doing? Don't get Gigi's channel taken down.
It's not a porn
remember,
image.
Dude, that was. I mean, it was as close as it was
I
gonna.
remember one time I was watching Daniel stream, and some random guy came in, and then it was just like gay sex with big black dicks. And
Remember
and
that
then it
night, Dan?
disappeared.
It was just me and you, and this guy kept coming on, and he's like, "How does this make you feel?" And I was like, I'm like, "Dude, you're gay, weird."
All right.
Disgusted. It
I
makes me feel disgusted.
Because nobody was watching, so he just kept.
All right, I'm gonna send it to you by your phone.
Did Bond come in later and be like, he was drunk? He was drunk.
So I sent you two pictures. One that looks like Draco, but this is the one that is me. That's actually my face.
That's your face. That hairline's all wrong. That's not your face. That hairline's wrong. No,
That's literally me. That's from my streams. Yeah. So I used to dress like that.
Before,
You're breaking up really bad, Clay, but I'll fill in the blanks for people. Back when I used to do a stream called the Pandemic Pub, before it was Burning Bushes, I used to do characters. I used to play characters, and one of them was the Joker. Sort of.
Wow, that was
Yeah.
crazy.
Those
That
guys,
guy kinda looks like Dustin.
man, they go far. They'll never forget me. I'm like stuck in their brain.
Where's it at, Dustin?
I don't know.
All right. So the other thing I wanted to get back to is
think-
what Dustin was talking about with simulations, because actually I'm on Dustin's side on this one. Unfortunately, Clay just left, but like there are computers that are simulations that we actually use to test out whether or not things can happen or not. And so, of course, we can't pre-program that it's already going to do the thing that we're looking for, or else it would like completely negate the point of the science.
If you had a simulation and you could predict everything that happened in the simulation, you wouldn't
be no
have any
point of
need
it.
of the simulation.
Exactly.
Correct. Not only that, but there are unforeseen consequences to coding. The computer doesn't know the difference between when something should be applied and when something should not be applied. It only applies when instructed. So if there's unforeseen issues, then what you will find is the digital representation will have logical inconsistencies that carry through in a mathematical profession.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's exactly how.
Hi, Clay. Are you here to get people some fecal matter?
Yeah, Clay. So did you see that? Did that look like Draco, the other picture?
Here.
Let me share this so that Dustin can see that I'm not like just pulling his chain here. So this is from the past. These are all private, so like no one can see
He
these.
must have did something to the image because that
Well, it looks very similar. So like it's actually from. I don't know if it's from the same day or not. But a lot of times,
Did you
like
cut your hair that way?
And if here, let me stop sharing this. And then if you compare that to what I have on the screen here, you can see it's pretty much the same picture.
It's close.
Yeah,
look at the
I have
ear.
those blue glasses.
Look at the ear. Look at the ear. Is your ear connected? Let me see your ear.
Yeah, 1 second.
Your right ear. That's a surefire way to tell if that's you or not.
All right. You might want to full screen me, Gangster Ghost.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I can.
It's me. It's me. I was the Joker.
All right. Copy that.
So some people can't get me.
I didn't. Damn. He came at you personally. I mean, why? What did you do to him? Yeah. Why?
Well, like Logan asked the same question a lot. I think some part of it is because they didn't like the way that my channel took a different direction. The other part is there might be something more sexual involved, because I used to do sleep streams, so they might actually be sexually attracted to me.
Yeah, they just want to look longingly into your eyes.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time that people have gone that route, Dustin. That's why I kind of responded the certain way that I did to you before, but I have now seen the error of my ways.
Yeah, I'm not one of those guys.
I mean, that's why they want me to show my face. They want to look into my eyes longingly.
I wanted to see your face to confirm a theory that you were going to fly a plane in.
Nah, you just want to look into my eyes longingly.
No,
well, you're not gonna get it, Dustin.
You're gonna be in a single-engine Cessna with like a bunch of TNT strapped to your chest for good measure. I could see you doing it. You'll scream Allahu Akbar and Krishna is God and jump right out of the airplane and try to take out as much damage. I know you don't have to pretend.
I'm not even Muslim.
He actually is.
He's
some type of Pakistani.
Krishna is God. They have fundamentalists that'll blow themselves up too. Okay, it's not a stretch of the imagination.
The Pakistanis are Muslim. They're the ones blowing up the Hindus.
I think it actually is. I think it actually is her. She hates us all, especially
the Ram Ranch boys, and you know it. Yeah, it's not missing.
No.
Hey, are you guys
Missy
still gonna
Mod
talk about
literally wouldn't
simulation
even be
theory?
able to get to. She didn't know me when I was in the pandemic pub.
What could you possibly add to the conversation of simulation theory?
Simulation theory is just got theory with extra steps.
You know, that's an interesting thing that I eventually I'm deciding what I want to do my stream on, and I'm thinking about simulation theory and like how eerily similar is it to just God
It
exists?
can be.
Yeah, it's just like
it can be Calvinist if you take that analogy to literally, because in a computer all the data is pre-written. So like if you're running a simulation, somebody has already set the data to be simulated. But if you're just taking like the analogy that we live in a virtual reality and not just a simulation, then there is free will. There's no free will in a simulation, but there is free will in a virtual reality.
You know, I don't know if that's technically true or not, but either way, just to not get into a semantics battle.
In the
I'll go along
virtual
with it.
reality, you only have a certain set of numbers of programs that can be executed. How is that free will? If you can't break the chain, then you're limited. Your limitation is not free will.
No, that's like saying because I can't live on the sun, therefore I have no free will. That's ridiculous.
That's not the same. That's not even remotely
That's what
the
you're
same.
saying.
Here on the
That's what you're
planet,
saying.
if I decide, here on this planet, if I decide to walk out into the middle of the street, a simulation has a number of things that can happen. In reality, anything can happen. All right?
Yeah, in reality, you can't walk on the surface of the sun, right? So according to you, you have no free will.
No, that's not the same argument.
Yes, it is.
That's an ad. What is it? It's a populum ad absurdity or whatever. I forget what the damn. But no, dude, your argument doesn't make sense. Because if you're saying that a simulation is what guarantees the idea of free will, again, the simulation only has a set parameter of things that can happen. That's not free will.
He's saying
that's
virtual reality
limited
has
choice.
free will. He's saying he's saying virtual reality has free will and simulation doesn't.
Yeah, because in a simulation,
whatever,
you already have the scripts.
Even in the simulation, you only have a set parameter of things that can happen.
No, but there's a difference. In a virtual reality, if we were all characters in a virtual reality playing Roblox or Minecraft, there's no impingement on our free will. There's not a script that is already written that we're following. That's the thing in a simulation versus a virtual reality.
You couldn't take material in a simulation and make something that the computer is unrecognizable to. There's no free will there, right? If you take a bunch of material and say you and I are in Minecraft, right? And instead of building the conventional internal combustion motor,
virtual reality is usually more about experiencing a different environment, while a simulation suggests that everything, including our choices, might be predetermined.
Exactly.
So that's the AI giving its answer, but
the simulation only has a set parameters of things. Go ahead and ask them about the parameters and whether or not you can exceed them.
Just because I can't walk on the surface of the sun, that's a parameter, doesn't mean I don't have free will.
Like I want to be able to fly in the sky, but my free will doesn't allow me to do that. That's absolute free will versus like conditioned free will, like where we have a choice to respond to what happens to us.
This is not true, because in the simulation you can walk on the sun, right? Okay, that's the issue at hand here, is that there's a set parameter of things that can happen.
No, but in the simulation you're scripted to walk on the sun.
Thank you for proving my point.
No. No, look, in a simulation you're scripted, so you never had a choice to begin with. Or in a virtual reality,
or in your virtual reality. In either case, what's going to happen or what is happening has been programmed. Therefore, your choice is irrelevant.
No, in a virtual reality, you're just complaining that you're not God. That you're not the computer setting the laws.
Why are you telling me what I'm complaining about? That's irrelevant to this conversation.
That's what you are.
You don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Absolutely relevant.
It's not. It's completely irrelevant. No,
yes, it is.
I haven't even taken a positive stance.
What?
How are you pointing out a contradiction? I haven't taken a positive stance.
You're taking the stance of like that because I can't walk on the surface of the sun, therefore I can't
That's
claim I
your
don't have free will.
stance, jackass.
That's your stance. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I said.
Because you're saying because there are certain parameters in this virtual reality that parameter could be that I can't walk on the surface of the virtual sun, therefore I have no free will in this virtual reality.
Yeah, think of a
You're
video
close,
game. Like there's
you're
certain
I don't
close,
even
but
want to
you're
hear
missing.
about reality from someone who probably doesn't even believe in hypostasis.
Well, who doesn't believe in hypostasis?
Yeah.
Dark Tyrannus or Justin?
Yeah, probably Darth Tyrannus.
I'm not a metaphysical solipsist.
Yes, you are.
GG.
Nah, those are people. Those are atheists. Those are people like T-Dump.
No, you're playing some. I don't know what it is you're playing. It doesn't make any sense.
But say you're
The
playing Grand
idea
Theft Auto
that a
5.
simulation or the idea
Yeah.
that a simulation or a program or of any kind, any artificial environment is granted by its limitation. That's it. Okay, free will cannot be free if there is a limitation by which it is bound. It's not free anymore.
No, your definition of free will is absurd. That's the thing, because free will, all that means is that your will is not being controlled. Not that you can do whatever absurd sentence you can come up with. Like me, can I poop blue? Therefore, I don't have free will.
Absolutely, you can poop blue. I'll show you, but that's a different thing. Jesus Christ, dude.
So anyway, like in Grand Theft Auto 5, there's certain parameters that you can't do. Like we can come up with lots of different ones. Like maybe you can't derail the train, but you still have choice in that game. You still can choose what you want to do next.
Yeah.
So it's not absolute free will, but there is a type of free will there.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't call it free will. You could call it free choice.
Because
if we
You
to avoid a
couldn't call it
semantic
free
issue,
will.
I would love to kind of just move on with the actual core of the issue here, which is like how different is simulation theory from just saying
Daniel.
that God exists? Yeah.
There is none,
Hey,
because
Daniel,
what they're
at
saying
what
because what they're saying when they're saying there's a simulation, they're saying there's somebody doing the processing for the simulation, and of course they're not going to propose there's a mega supercomputer out there, processing and generating the reality. Well, what is it, right? What's the other thing that can do
take the
processing?
time to
Well, it's a mind.
translate what this
Therefore, they're saying God.
jabberbox is.
Anyway,
I mean, you're a
Yeah, shut
gibberish
up.
can
machine,
I?
bro.
Yeah, he's just speaking gibberish. Can I ask Daniel my actual question now? So, Daniel, at what point does it not become like free will? Like, let's say you're playing a game that's more like a walking simulator, and you can't
Still
really
on the
do
wheel
all that
part.
much, but if it's on rail, I'm talking about on rails kind of experience, do you have free choice at this point?
Can you look sideways?
So you're talking.
If you can only choose
about
between
agency.
A and B, if you can only choose between A and B as you go through the game, and there's not a lot of opportunities to make that choice, do you have free will in that game?
Okay. So you're asking if you still have free will, even if you only have a limited amount of choices?
Yeah, like you only have a
Yes.
limited amount of choices, and you arrive at the same conclusion no matter which choices you make.
Well, are you saying that the ending is going to be the same? No
That's
matter what?
exactly right. The ending of the game will be the same no matter what, but you get to choose between A or B at random intervals.
In every game, that's the case. You end up with nothing.
Well, there's a few games that break that rule, like Mass Effect, where there's some different alternative endings. Some games
There's
are
like
trying to-
Stanley Parable.
But like with Christianity, we know there's only one ending. There is not alternative endings. It will end on the day of judgment.
Oh,
you know?
I have
So like, do we not have free
have a
will now
question.
because we know it ends the same way for everyone?
Gigi's trying to ask a question.
Oh, sorry. Is do you think it's this guy?
No.
Who's
no.
that?
Ed Wyatt.
Gangster, you're not going to be able to find this person by
Some
typing
random
in
white
Ed
guy.
Wyatt. It would actually, first of all, it's just this. First of all, it's just his first name is Wyatt, and also you're not going to be able to find him on YouTube like that. This comes from some deeper research, but yeah, you're not going to be able to pull him up or dox him or anything like that. I mean, technically I could, but I'm not going to.
Do you know his real name where I can
cyber stalking?
So basically, you would want to just block the IP.
Just
address.
find Bruce Wayne's IP
So, like,
address and block that one.
So when
What do you get against
in
Bruce?
Restream, you probably have an option to ban a guest, and if you click that, then it should always ban him. But if he uses a VPN, he can just come in and.
That's right. I was gonna say that. I was gonna say why, but you know what you could do? You could contact YouTube and have them put like a separation between anything that's linked to his channel and your channel. That is something that they can do.
Can you say that again, Daniel? What did you say about Restream?
If you just ban that user, then they're not going to be able to come in at least with the same IP anymore.
Okay.
So they'd have to create a whole new username because you had to like log in using either like Google or Facebook, I think, to get into Restream. So like they would have to make a new account for each time they do that, which is just an extra step that slows them down.
Oh, what? Where do I go to do that on Restream?
I don't know on Restream. On StreamYards, it's a little bit different.
Somebody tried to come in and show some inappropriate pictures, Aiden.
How we know it wasn't Aiden?
It wasn't Aiden.
Maybe it was evil AJ.
Because if it was Aiden, it would have been well a little bit more raunchy. I believe. I'll just say it that way.
I've got haters from way back.
What they say?
Like 5 years ago.
Comedy.
Bro, like, look, you know what, Daniel? Like, out of all the things I've done in my life, I don't have any haters that are following me. Like, I don't understand how
they're scared of you.
Those like I mean, no,
it happened since I was a kid.
Like, if I'm just like, I don't know, bro. How do you have a whole like I've been wanting that for my entire life. I want someone to go asymmetrical warfare against so bad. You just don't even understand.
Why don't you just pretend to be
the
Dan
first
for a
one
while and then fight with those people?
Because I don't want to fight Dan's fights, and plus I don't necessarily know that Dan stands for something that I want to fight for.
What? But I need to tell you something, Dustin. I think they're all scared of you. They think you might R them or bite their ear off or something like that. So I don't think anyone's crazy enough to go after you, Dustin. Not even Teddy.
Teddy's a wild guy.
I've kicked people's front doors in and done homestyle invasions before. GG.
Yeah, no one messes with Dustin. The buck stops here.
Now he's trying to kick people's back doors in.
So Jess, you were asking about like how much do you still is your agency still legitimate even if you only have limited choices? And my argument is yes.
Define free
also,
will.
This fits very well with like God.
Okay,
actually
listen,
controls
dude,
all
look,
things.
if I can take control over your actions, if I can freeze up your body at the touch of a keystroke, then you have no free will. All right? I'm just going to put a kibosh on this whole damn thing right now. If there is a simulation, that means someone's in control of it. That means I have the ability to take away any choice that you might make. And I have the ability to force you to make the ones that I want you to. Bottom line, no free will. Ding.
Yeah.
That's government. that's what government's always done. They'll kill you or they'll force you to do it.
But in reality, though, the government has
Doesn't mean you don't have free will.
The government is the one with free will, right?
Yeah,
because nobody's going to tell the government you can and cannot do something.
They can. That's how
well, I mean,
happen.
then again, you're making
up.
my point. In reality, free will exists, and it's a battle between two wills.
Everyone's got
if
free
it's
will.
a battle between two wills, then it matters which one's stronger. But when it comes to a simulation, and I have complete control over what your body does, you have no free will.
No, Dustin, your definition of free will is the problem because you're defining free will as like the inability to do whatever you want with your body, like walking on the surface of the sun. No.
You're defining free will as the ability to make the choice of your choosing.
No.
That's not what free will is.
That's not what I'm saying free will is. Free will simply means that your will is not being controlled. That's all that simply means. There's no entity controlling
if
your
that's the case,
thoughts.
then you just agreed with me, because in a simulation, I can take control over your actions.
Not your body. We're talking about your mind. Controlling your thoughts versus controlling your body. Those are two different things.
If someone's in an abusive relationship, right, where they're being like gaslit and controlled by an abusive partner, does that person that's trapped in that relationship no longer have free will?
Not even 10 minutes ago, you were also
They're not-
arguing
their
the
mi-
fact
their
that
thoughts are not being
you
controlled.
making a choice,
They're being
the fact that you
manipulated.
making a choice that something physical happening is what represents your free will. That's exactly
No.
the argument. Now you're
Me
standing
able to
against
make
that
a
argument.
choice
You
stems
are
from
your
my free
own
will.
worst
Not that the
enemy.
choice
You
is granting
contradict
me free
yourself.
will.
You're a gibberish
Where is the
machine.
contradiction? Dustin, where's the contradiction?
Just
Where?
yourself,
Where?
not 15.
15 minutes ago. That was you who contradicted yourself. You contradicted yourself. That was you.
No, you contradicted yourself.
Bubblegum, go pray to Yam or whoever.
Yeah, go
the
ahead
hell it is.
and go ahead and steal my position there, Dustin.
Jess,
I don't think you were
please
listening.
back me up on this. I mean, come on. The man doesn't understand what I'm saying, and he's not going to listen.
You don't know.
He doesn't make sense.
What if we all just define what we think free will means and see if
Define
it's like
it.
a similar
That's what I
idea?
asked.
He's
Define
like,
it.
I worship chaos gods, so I don't have to make sense.
Well, so my definition of free will is our ability internally, from our own reasoning soul, to respond to what happens outside of us.
That
What
your
is your
will
guys'
is not being
definition?
controlled. That is to say, your thoughts, your mind is not under control.
Okay, sounds pretty similar. What about you?
What is
Jess?
free will?
Yeah, define it.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to define, isn't it?
Well, that's the problem. You don't even have a definition for it, and then here you are complaining about it. You don't even know what it is.
But I also know that logically,
And Dustin, what's your definition?
most of what
Yeah.
you say, Darth, doesn't make any sense.
You don't even know your own beliefs, man. You're just like Dustin.
No one's asking anyone to thematically agree with everything that somebody ideologically believes in, but just to have a conversation. And where do we fit on this exact issue here?
It's free will.
We can sometimes agree with each other, even if one's an atheist and one's a
free
theist.
will
You know,
the ability to determine the outcome, or is it the ability to come to that outcome on your terms?
Well, we're asking you.
No, free will has nothing to do with an outcome. Free will has to do with the way you deal with the outcome. All right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the bottom line. Your free will has nothing to do with the fact that cancer develops in your body. Your free will has to do with how you deal with the fact that cancer develops in your body. That's what denotes free will.
There are totally people that don't believe that. They believe if you get cancer, it's because you didn't believe in yourself enough. They believe in an absolute free will, like having negative thoughts and not believing hard enough means that's why you got cancer.
Right, like the snowflake's gonna will be malformed if you hate it.
Yeah.
And we got three people with essentially the same definition for free will now. As far as I'm looking at it, it looks like they're pretty consistent. Responding to versus dealing with the fact that you aren't having your internal reasoning directed by some kind of outside force that's coming from internal. So does that jive with yours as well, Jess? Your sort of maybe natural inclination.
I would just
to what
say you
free will
can
is.
get really philosophical and confusing with it, and that's probably, it's not that I don't know what I believe, it's just that there's so many, I don't know.
Don't qualify what this dipshit says.
You know it's true, Dustin.
No, it's not true.
It's not even close to true.
Yeah. I mean, free will is just the ability to choose or to do things your way, and we do have that.
To choose and do things your way.
I mean, I guess more or less.
I mean, you have free will, but there's
as long as you mean internally,
also,
not like
there's also outside forces. Like you're not
you have to deal with consequences there, Jess. If you include it,
So free
everybody, I need to ask you something.
free will absolutists believe like if you believe hard
Hold
enough,
on, Jess.
like
Gigi's
the
trying to
cops
speak.
can't arrest you or you won't get cancer. You know.
Does anyone know Bob
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Campbell?
Bob who?
Campbell?
No.
Hope. Bob Hope.
No.
Campbell?
Campbell? Like you mean like Campbell Soups?
Zedon, do you know this guy?
No. I know you, gangster.
The gangster of love.
This guy right here.
Bruh.
Oh, come on.
You just got the
Gangster
DG.
Ghost. Why would you pull
He
him up
got-
on the stream?
Sorry, I was
He got him.
Bro,
got
is that
us.
somebody after you? Daniel? Why are there so many people after you, bro?
Well, I think it's because Gangster Ghost kicked the last guy out before he could porn bomb him, so they tried to do
Dude,
a
no,
second
seriously.
run. You
Like,
shouldn't have let him up.
why are you
Gangster
such
Ghost.
a magnet for people who want to porn bomb you? What kind of history do you come from?
I've told you
It's
multiple
his
times
sketch
now.
comedy. He's insulted many people.
Yeah, I used to be an entertainer on the
I mean,
Pandemic
holy
Pub.
shit, dude! Like you're kind of radioactive,
Unorthodox
bro.
Christian.
Dustin's like Daniel's starting to grow on me.
No, I don't want to be associated with you, dude. Like that's the kind of like if someone shows up on my with you, if that's gonna be the case, what is going on, dude? Like what?
I think Bob might be gay.
What is going on?
Why
I
are
think-
you gay?
Why are you gay?
Bob, are you gay and trans?
Of all the options, I just click all the boxes so that I get them all.
That's not going to work anymore, though, right?
Oh, I'll get deported if I keep doing that.
Have you guys seen my shirt? It says "Embrace Orthodoxy." Oh,
Okay.
and then down here it says,
Is that like a metaphor for kill yourself?
"No, it's like death to the world." And you have to also memento mori is the Latin phrase for it, but just remember that you will die. So we contemplate our own death all the time.
I do enough of that on my own.
That
I do
shirt's
I'm
enough
already
of
dead
that
to the
on my
world.
own that I don't need to like do it on purpose. So I was
Daniel,
already
you're
pretty
not on any
orthodox
kind of
when I
like
showed up.
FBI watch lists, are you? Like, you would be the perfect poster boy for red flag laws.
Maybe I work for the
No,
FBI.
bro, you don't work for the FBI. You'd be the
Daniel
perfect
works
poster
for the
boy for red
IRS.
flag
You guys
laws.
don't
Like,
know
I
that?
want every weapon stripped from you. You are a danger to society, bro.
Daniel works for the Hemeretic Order of the Golden Dawn.
Isn't the Golden Dawn Nazis?
No, that's
No,
the
that's
Greek
the
Golden
Black
Dawn.
Sun.
That's the cool
Ah.
ones.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the other
that's the real
guys.
Golden Dawn. Not the MLM Golden Dawn.
There's also the
I
trans.
belong to the good
There's also
KKK.
the trans Golden Dawn that you
yeah,
found
there's like a
once.
trans band.
Like, you remember when you found the
It's like a
trans
transgender band, and they're all playing like trumpets and trombones and shit. And I'm like, oh,
So
this
it's
is
like
what
a
you're into,
satanic
isn't
ska
it?
band.
We're the Golden
Is
Dawn.
it a satanic ska band?
Yeah.
Clay's like, this is what you're part of. I'm like, oh my god.
He's part of the one where it's some old lady, and she's like, I'm gonna do a summoning spell, and she's just
Hey-
outside, and she's
hey,
like,
Clay,
hiya, hiya.
Were you begging Dan to stop the whole time he was doing this?
The whole what?
I said with that whole thing when Daniel was on that arc, were you
No,
were you
no, that's how I
asking
met him. I accepted
Oh.
him that way. I'm like, I think he might have a touch of autism. And then I realized
I can work with that.
I
I
found
can
it
work
makes
with
it even
autistic.
worse.
I can work with autistics. Clay's all like, yeah, I can definitely work with autistic.
No, I
don't
just
think
was like,
Dan's
oh, this
autistic.
dude,
What?
you know, we get drunk every day, and when he gets drunk, he turns into Magic Dan.
Magic Dan.
Anson turns into like demonic
Becomes a wizard.
Anson. I always just turn into like a
my
crazy
gosh, that
cowboy
was
with
awful.
guns.
Yeah, but you go even beyond like what people are used to for your humor, which is already too much for most people here. Like you go even beyond that level. You become like a Super Saiyan at that point, where people are like, "This is the legendary Clay that gives no."
Dude, I did so much
rare
crazy
epic
shit.
Clay, it's definitely legendary.
I literally
Is this his final
got
form?
drunk and high, dude, and woke up in a different country that's like 18 hours away.
Do you
And
like
I was just like,
preemptively
holy
like
shit.
show your kids these videos so like you can?
No,
just
they're all
go ahead and
deleted
get the
forever.
yeah, I
So
don't.
all they'll hear
somehow
is
I
like us
doubt
talking
that.
about it.
Dan,
Yeah,
Dan,
I have them
have
private.
you ever
but,
pulled
yeah.
a rabbit out of a hat on a stream?
That's what he did, dude. He'd be like, "You don't believe in magic? Take a card. Pick a card."
Watch this.
Dan,
Is
Dan,
this
have
your
you ever seen
card?
the guy that goes by Mystic Dicky? Do you think he's a real magician?
Mystic Dicky.
I have no idea who that is.
Do you think David Blaine is the real Golden Dawn guy?
Who is
The
David
magician?
Blaine?
The famous guy? He like freezes himself
is
in
that the
ice
guy
for
that,
like a
like,
week.
No,
and
it's
stuff
Chris
and
Angel.
doesn't die. No, Chris Angel is like a gay.
Oh, what about Mind
That's
Freak?
Chris Angel.
Yeah,
He's
Mind
like
Freak.
some-
He's like Mind Freak.
He's like, I'm gonna steal from David
He
Blaine
does a
with like a
magic
Marilyn
trick with his
Manson
throat.
twist.
He's like Nikki Sixx,
Are you ready?
magician guy.
Yeah. Mind Freak fell off fast, dude.
Well, he got caught.
That's because it was so obviously just like movie prop magic. It's just like this is definitely them
wasn't that
faking it.
real.
There's
All
no way
those
he's actually
people were
levitating.
paid to say stuff too. Like
David
it was
Blaine
all-
does like Houdini crap now though, where like recently
Dan-
I seen him. He like held onto a balloon until he was like way up in the sky and then parachuted down. And stuff.
Dan, have you ever
So now he's
done
just
the
doing
one?
like
Dan, have you ever done the one where you make someone forget that they were gay?
Oh,
Yeah,
to
you
cure
just
the
like-
gayness.
I'm gonna hypnotize you, and you're gonna forget you were ever gay.
You like women's now. You're not gonna wear purses no more.
I don't like
You're not
men
into
so
high
bad.
shoes.
I
You like
am
women's
delivered.
now.
I'm not gay
I don't
no
want to kiss men anymore. Hallelujah. You know, I remember one time my dad told me this one thing, and because he was always around the charismatics, like he was always into like the prophets and these people who could do spiritual gifts. And he told me this one time where he was at a charismatic place, and they're like, "I believe God can cure my eyesight," and he took off his glasses and he stomped on them, and like the congregation was like just so flabbergasted, like, "Oh my gosh, praise the Lord!" And then he was just like, he realized that he was like, "I can't actually see anymore, and I need to get like some glasses. Someone's got to drive me home."
Someone's
Like,
gotta drive.
my
me
eyesight
home.
wasn't cured, so he came in the next day with glasses on because like it didn't actually cure his sight. He
you
just
know what's
did
like
it.
the best thing that you guys should check into who wear glasses because it like works is LASIK. And you could get it for like probably $5,000 and then you never need glasses.
I wondered about laser eyes, but then I would have to have those
No, you
sunglasses
only
on
need them
all
for
the
like a
time, because
day.
if you take them
You
off,
need 'em for
then the
one
beams
day.
come out.
And then your eyes are light sensitive for a day and then everything's clear and you never need glasses again ever.
That's
So it's
not.
definitely worth
someone
it.
that's
who
like,
got
like,
botched.
No, they haven't
Clay,
came out with the visor yet. They still have just the regular glasses that
I
block
know
the
someone
laser
who
eyes.
got botched LASIK, and she had to have one of her like retinas replaced with like some artificial thing.
like and besides
I
that,
didn't know they
you're
could
looking
do
at like
that.
a.
Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
56%,
Like if you have the X gene.
success rate. You're not talking about something that's like a
Gets the
deadlock every single time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it works good.
On people
Teddy?
it works good for.
Have you ever seen the show X-Men before, or the comic books?
And the movies,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember the character Cyclops?
Yeah. he took his glasses off, and it's like a big laser beam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to make a joke about that, and I don't know if I was just doing
Well,
a bad
no, 'cause
job of
when
delivery
you
or
have
went
it
over
done, they
everyone's
make you
heads.
wear big
I
glasses.
missed it.
So I just thought you had to wear those for
I was
life.
trying to make a I know. I,
Just
thought,
like, oh.
I was trying to say that if you take them off, the beams will start shooting out. And then you were just like, no, you don't have to do that. It's only for a day. I'm like, they didn't come out with a visor yet, Clay. They still have to use the glasses.
Duh.
We're still in the first class movie.
I think
like,
there's too much crosstalk and no one heard you.
Yeah. Well, I heard bits.
Yeah, got lost in the static.
I don't know.
Your comedic timing needs work. I'll just put it
If you don't get LASIX, I would highly recommend this company called Zenny Optical. That's what I used.
Yeah.
I told Dan about it when I told him about the 6 Hour brand.
I actually told him about it. That's how I have so many glasses. Also, Spooky's right in the chat that these porn bombers have gone after more than just myself. They've gone
That
after
was their whole
Wildheart and
thing.
Trustee
Was like
and also
religious
Brojo.
channels. Because remember when he would join and be like, "Watch this, it's so funny," and he would
Look,
just like show us. Like,
the idea that
Wildheart's
there's
got
somebody
the
out
right
there
idea,
trying
though.
to porn bomb you at all.
If you can't beat them,
strange.
join them.
Yeah.
Wildheart.
How much fun would they have porn bombing if?
It's like you can't porn bomb me. I'll just do it
Gangster
myself.
cams up and he's just totally naked.
Joke's on you.
I was
What were
gonna
you gonna
say,
Clay?
if we all just do a naked stream.
A hot tub stream. We'll
Oh,
do the
okay.
hot tub stream.
We used to have this idea back in the day of the Pandemic Pub to do a group sleep stream, but it never happened.
gay.
We were going to
You know
actually
what?
go for
I
the
think-
world record.
I think we should start an only ghost,
maybe he is a little gay.
right?
We had
You know, like
streams where
OnlyFans.
multiple people
Yeah.
all passed out on the same stream.
Mm-hmm. I used to have a huge following for people who watch sleep streams, and I used to have one fan. Her name was Kimunji.
The Korean.
She'd
I'm
be
like,
"Show
look, Dan,
blanket."
me
Yeah,
and
she'd be a
Richard
Korean
got
girl,
like the
so,
hot Filipinas, and you got the deformed Korean girl.
I mean, do you
She's
look for
actually
these people,
deformed,
Daniel? Is there like a website you go to?
Well, either way,
No, he
she's
found
made
a
in God's
glitch.
image, and you
So
shouldn't
the
make fun of
glitch,
her.
if you want to get a ton of views, is you live stream yourself sleeping wearing like children's pajamas, and then you would have like thousands of views.
That's really degenerate.
It was like a onesie. You know what a onesie is?
Yeah.
Where it's like the with the
I know
flat
Did,
what
they have,
back
like,
and shit.
did it have dinosaurs on it?
No, it was just like a
Daniel-
solid color.
I'm gonna run a
Solid
background
red.
check on you, and yeah.
Daniel was wearing pajamas.
You should.
That just
I've had more background
it just
checks on
had
me than you would
ABCs
probably
on
guess.
It just had the ABCs on it and numbers and stuff.
It was like planets. Stuff.
Bro,
Planet.
like
Yeah, I would do things like, I'd stretch first, just
Bro.
I'd do a. So my whole idea behind it was to help people get to sleep, help people get to sleep, because I had trouble getting to sleep myself, and I thought it would help people, and I found out that it was a weird
You
sexual
knew it
perversion
was.
on the
There
internet.
was a weirdo.
And-
There was a
Dang it.
weirdo who would
I need
join
to-
every single stream and be like, "What color panties does Dan have on today?"
Wears yellow panties. yeah.
Dang. I kicked him out before I looked
But
back at
to be fair, Dan, that's something I would say, and I'm not actually being perverted. I'm just being hilarious. So maybe that guy's just being funny.
Oh, it was so funny. And eventually some trolls took up the reins because we think that he probably passed away because he was dying of like cancer. And so somebody ended up just like pretending to be him and came on as a different Yasar. And it'd be like, oh yeah,
Remember the
this is the fake
Iranian
Yasar, and
who's
he'd kind of
like-
keep the joke going. We're just like, you have yellow panties today. I'm just like, Yasar, cut it
There was
out.
a
That's
weird-
gross.
There was
You're
like a
supposed to be
weird
Muslim.
Iranian dude who had autism or something, or he was just inbred because he's Iranian, and he'd be like,
Yeah.
the trick is you have to give it all away. He's like, I gave
Give
my
away
house
all your
away,
money,
and then the
yeah.
next day I got like this goat here.
All I had was $100. I gave every single penny
He like
away. and then
worshipped
I got
Mr.
everything.
Beast, and he's like, that's why he's so successful, because he's so charitable and he gives everything he makes away, 100%. I'm like, dude, no, you
What
don't want
the
to.
fuck?
It's terrible
What if
advice,
it turned
bro.
out that? What if it turned?
It's also not what Mr. Beast does.
What if it turns out that guy is Sandman, the one that was talking about what color Dan's panties were?
Yazar, I could see it.
guy looked like
Because Sandman
Oh,
didn't
the
come to this
Western.
community until like after Dan did.
I keep telling you people, he's a cross-dressing Satanist.
Holy
I'm
shit!
just joking.
And
Dan,
being secretly
did you
Yasar
listen to
is a
that
really
song I
fun
sent you?
theory.
Rokor in
No,
my
I didn't listen
mind.
to it yet.
He's like, I'm
Sandman.
Rokor in my mind,
Yeah.
but not in a parish.
You know how?
Is that it?
Dude,
Oh
it's
wow.
amazing.
Oh,
It's
okay.
about
Yeah.
ortho bros that pretend like they're Orthodox online, but they've never even stepped foot in a church.
That's how that pedophile guy is.
Bob
The
Campbell, huh?
pedophile guy said he was Orthodox that day.
Clay, can you see the screen? Who is this guy that Bob Campbell? I haven't
I
seen
don't
him
know. It's
before.
probably
What?
Matthew Starr.
Who's that?
Gigi, you do know that guy did get some porn in there on that last time he was in, don't you?
Grandpa?
What you say?
Yeah,
I'm
he
gonna.
Is that
did.
Bruce?
He
I said you do
exposed
know
Bob
the second
Campbell.
time
Is
he
that
came
Bruce?
in, he
Is that
did
You
show.
might wanna go in and do a little editing on this one.
Yeah.
Don't
Bob
worry.
Daniel is
I
probably
kicked him before
missing
he could
mod.
do anything.
What if that's the real Sandman?
No. The second time you were standing there with either a strap on or it was a guy swinging his
See?
winky. You need to go back and look at it.
Okay, gotcha. So he could just be using
OBS.
I'll try to go back and find
OBS
the,
and just
the
somebody,
timestamp.
some random
That's what they
streamers
do.
footage
That's all
because they do that a
So you
lot.
gotta watch it.
It still will get
Yeah.
Gigi's channel taken down.
It won't get them taken down once.
Well,
It'll
it's-
get the video
it won't get
taken
it
down,
taken
and
down.
then
Yeah.
they give you
a
like
strike,
mods,
and then you
friend.
get 2 more of those, and he might have his shit taken down. I mean,
I don't
dude,
think they.
like it's
The thing with
it's not
strikes
something-
is it's only if you're monetized, you get demonetized. But I don't think because I've had like so many strikes, dude.
Whatever, fine. You do what you want, Gigi. I'm just trying to tell
Yeah,
you, bro.
I'll edit that out.
If you care about your channel,
or
you
double
might
check it
want
at
to think
least.
about making some precautionary decisions.
Definitely after today, like don't let anybody up
Okay,
unless
good.
you recognize them because the way they work is they'll probably try to mess with you for a couple weeks, but if you don't let anyone up you don't recognize, they'll get bored and then go do
How
it
we
to
know
somebody
you're
else.
not one of
Move on to somebody else.
I am one of them, but not anymore because
Come on. Keep going.
Did you use the stock, Daniel?
oh no, I started trolling them though in the early days. I was like, oh
Why
yeah, I
do
love
have the
you're my
feeling that
favorite
these
Hillary
people
Clinton
know
supporter.
Wild Heart.
Because they do, because he's been on the YouTube live stream community for like 5-6 years.
Yeah, Gigi, I think you're getting some flyback that's probably not really directed at you. You should talk to Wild Fart, see if you can get him to work his angle.
You should call his
all
mom,
this is,
Dan. Just
all you're
call his
gonna end
mom
up
right
doing
now
is
and
end
be
up
like,
paying a price for what other people are doing, Gigi, and that's not fair to you. You don't need to go through anything like having any kind of a strike or any kind of adverse. It's horseshit.
yeah.
It has nothing to do with you, right? But they're using your channel to do it. So you need to, well, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I think you need to take that into consideration before you do anything else, at the very least. Because it's not your fault, Gigi. It has nothing to do with you.
Well, it literally the same thing happened to Terry's stream not too long ago. It had nothing to do with me being on there.
Well,
so
didn't you just? But
it's something that's happening just like
credit
around right
for it
now.
this time, bro. You said, "Oh, that's me," and that's why yeah.
Dan.
Yeah,
That
so
was a
these
picture
are
of me.
people that are.
I didn't
these
claim
people
credit
are
for it as in I did
association
it.
with you. So I'm gonna say that this has you have
Well, they're
some
not.
level of
They're
culpability.
not associated with them. It's that Dan is like an icon in the YouTube live streaming community. So
Whatever,
like his pictures
whatever.
are used everywhere. Dan's like a pillar of the YouTube, the
price of
locale
paying, my friend.
community.
No, he doesn't have.
Yeah.
Right.
Remember when you got porn bombed, Dan, by that morbidly obese dude who's like, "Hey, I'm a big fan of the show." Hold on, just a
I
second.
remember that. Well, that wasn't really porn bombing.
Like a
that was just
flashing.
more him doing indecent.
But I was telling,
exposure.
I think
Yeah.
Lupin about it, and I was like, it's so freaking funny, dude, because his dick was like as big as my pinky toe, It was like micro.
So let me get this straight. So let me make sure I understand. You guys are just gonna gloss over the fact that Gigi's dealing with the same issue, and it might have something to do with you.
Yeah, but how do we know it's not because you were talking shit in their stream and they see you in here?
I mean, I don't know
Dan.
any of those people. It wasn't a picture of me they were using.
Yeah.
They used Sandal's username. Do you think she has anything to
Sandman,
do with it?
Sandals, like that's too much of a coincidence.
Yeah, dude. Look, the bigger picture.
Oh, there's
here,
actually somebody like
picture
called
here
Sandals from the
is
chat,
that it's on Gigi's channel.
but it's not Sandals.
If you
right?
read
can
the
we
private
not lose
chat,
sight of what's important
if you-
here? That Gigi is paying the price for your guys' shenanigans.
Dustin, read the private chat, and it's actually because of me and Badger that this is happening. If you read the private chat, because that's who's really behind it. Because I seen that person use that picture before of Dan, so I know they have it for sure as one of their like avatars.
Pictures are pretty easy to pass around on the internet, man. Clay, come on.
That's
bro.
true, but it's like obviously they got a beef with me and Badger, so like
I
if
mean,
I was
what
gonna
difference
troll the
would that
stream,
make? The bigger thing is that we need to take
because
precautionary
they'll use the
actions,
pic of
and like
Dan.
the only people who could advise Gigi properly on how to handle this issue are the people that have most direct conflict with these people and the most experience and contact. You guys need to take
Well,
some
the best
time.
thing to do would be not talk about it so current viewers don't report it and get it shut down, and then just never publish it when it's over.
Well, then we can go private if you want, but this is an issue that requires addressing.
Or
right?
like end it. He could end it right now and then do a new
Yeah,
one, and then
Gigi,
just
we need to
delete
talk
it.
about this, dude.
What's up, my juggalos and my juggalettes?
And this is exactly
So,
what
Hey,
we need
Lupin.
right now.
Lupin, what do you think of that video I did of you singing?
Which one?
I don't think Gigi
you
knows,
were
Dustin.
singing.
I don't think Gigi cares. If he doesn't care, then I don't care. Fine.
I have you singing that song.
If you can't whip your
Oh,
dick out
fun.
on a stream,
Yeah, I thought this was America.
yeah.
What next? They're gonna block fecal transplants?
Maybe it's someone who's upset about Harambe still.
You're not so upset about Harambe? Like, I thought you were
No,
cool,
dude.
Clay.
I'd fucking kill a gorilla in a minute without even thinking about it if I had a chance and put it on my wall.
You know, they say
Oh,
100
so it was
people
just
versus
fake
one
whenever you
gorilla,
got
and I
that
know they
tattoo
normally
on your
say
ass.
unarmed, but
I love Harambe.
if you had one gun on you, that's all you
Yeah.
would need. 44 Magnum versus a Silverback, no
Dude, I'd
issues.
feel safe with even like a high capacity like 9mm against a silverback.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just
Dustin would
mag
just
dump
go straight sundown on it.
You really don't even need
Put
a
that
gun.
some bitch
That's
at my
true.
wall. Give it to the natives the meat so they could have their bush meat.
Silverback wouldn't even mess with you. Like, that's not in their nature unless you did something stupid.
Lupin woke up in a suit and a cape, dripped on a case and no time to escape. Evil AJ's got lasers, Aiden's got rage, but Lupin.
See, you're a good singer, Lupin.
I like how when you do the Lupin one, you have like a Cuban style music because that music makes me think of Cuba.
Yeah.
It
Very
was pretty
Havana.
ironic, yeah.
Is that you, Lupin? You're a good singer.
Thank you.
Yeah, you sing about how you fight against Evil AJ and Aiden, and Evil AJ try to get you, and you get him. You dance on.
I mean, even
Dance off the stage.
he quit streaming. I think, I don't know.
Evil AJ
I
was
don't-
pretending to be a girl like one night last Friday, and it was so freaking weird.
Yeah, it was. That was how bad it was. It's like, honestly, like every interaction with AJ that I've had, it's like I literally can't tell if you're a woman or not. Like, I don't know. Like, I know females that don't act as female as you.
You know what's a weird thing
What about the
about Iran? I found out today. They have like a high level of transgender reassignment surgeries there, which is weird.
was it you or one of them, Clay?
No, but you would think it would be haram. But their thing is they're like being gay is haram, so they have that. And I'm like, I never knew that.
They keep turning
You're crazy.
the girls into chai boys.
Well, like if a girl's a dyke or a guy is gay, they just force them to
So then it's not gay
transition there,
anymore.
and then they're like, this way it's not haram.
You know what's interesting? It's something similar to what they did to Alan Turing, because Alan Turing was gay, and they made him take estrogen. They said you could either go to jail for being gay, or we can give you hormone treatment, and he chose hormone treatment. And they were doing it to sterilize him, to chemically castrate him. But like essentially, isn't that the same
Kind
thing as
of,
a transgender
but with
treatment? It's
I think
more
just
they
with
giving
use
them
the
more
same
It's
estrogen.
not
Yeah.
the
surgeries.
same thing. It's not the same thing. It's not even close to the
They,
same thing.
I think that's what
What's
they
like
use in
half?
puberty block,
I
like
think it is
puberty
though, because
blockers.
I know somebody who's transitioned, and it was like a
That's a
hormone
that's
thing,
a
and like that's
hormone
what she
regimen,
claims is the reason
right? But
why.
transitioning also requires like psychological treatment, requires a series of depression drugs. You also have
That's what it said
I
about
mean
Iran too. It said they make you undergo like a year of psychiatric therapy, and then if you're still gay, then they like transition you.
that's
Transition
transitioning.
you
You just
with the 45,
taking
Crazy.
with
you just
transition you
taking
with the
like
45.
you taking estrogen shots is not transitioning. You taking estrogen shots is being treated for a psychological issue.
I think Clay may be reading some kind of propaganda.
No, dude, look it up. Look up because it
Uh,
was like the
look
Ayatollah like allowed it, and they have like a law
of rock and roll.
that like
Then it's
allows
a medic. It's because the
that.
doctors get paid, bro. That's exactly what happens. Because those doctors, they get a kickback from the government. Then the government can turn around and claim extra taxes from the people. It's just a huge vicious circle.
It's weird
Damn,
though,
that'd be
because like if you were
embarrassing to get
gay,
killed by a transition jihadi.
if you were gay in Iran and you don't want to be trans, like they would force you to do it.
Mm.
Well, I mean, it's better than
That
being
would be a
tossed
new
off a
screen
building.
title, like transitional suicide bombers.
Yeah,
What's up with them?
I'd
Where are
rather
they
die
at? All
than
over
be
the place.
castrated.
I mean, is it by their choice or you said they're forced to undergo it?
I mean, you're gay. You're not gonna worry about your penis,
Mm,
What
Clay.
if you're like a
I
gay
think I
top?
think that that's not true.
If you're a
Yeah,
gay
yeah. I
top,
think I
then
think they
here's
won't
an
do it.
idea:
What's the
go
point of
fuck a
being gay if you
female.
can't get a nut, dude?
why can't they just be normal and just do goats like regular Arabs?
Like
No.
regular hair. Okay, that was a good one.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
the thing though,
geez.
like we think they hate gays there, but then they do all this weird gay shit, like the Taliban and stuff, screwing little boys and livestock.
That's
I do know that part. I
they're
think you're kind of
they're
full of it.
using that
Like
as a
this,
weapon of war. It's a
I would
little
have to
bit
look it up.
different.
No,
That's
no,
not
it's like they'll
being
use it as
gay,
like it's like almost like a samurai deal, where
right?
like in Afghanistan, if you take on like an apprentice and he's a young boy, you pull a Ryan.
That's the
Yeah, it's
Greeks did that
weird
too.
because it's like, wouldn't that be like
Yeah, it's a weird
haram?
tutor thing. You would think so, but this is the thing about the Muslim culture, at least over there. It seems like they grow up being mostly around other males, and like they don't really get a chance to interact with women. And when they do, they're like taught to think of them like as like, like you don't even want to talk to these people. Like, and it's like only once they get married do they even really enter in any kind of relationship with a woman besides maybe their mother, in the sense of just a
Oh, they still
relationship with a female. So it just seems like it's like they have a weird disdain for women that makes them kind
they
of
have
gay.
a huge problem with incest too.
Yeah, first the
Like
UK had to
like
like
first and
force blood
second.
tests now because so many of them are marrying their first cousins.
What?
Sometimes I think about going over there though, so I could have a shitload of wives.
I was gonna say that I'm like that's why I could see Clay leaning toward Islam. It's not too much different than Catholics. I mean, the Catholics already created it, so you
If you're
know.
gonna go over there, you might as well just
You think
go
the
over to the
Catholics created
Yeah,
Philippines.
Islam?
You could have your pick of any woman you want.
So why did they do the
Yeah.
Crusades?
because they got out of control.
Listen to yourself.
The Arabs said that we don't need your power anymore. We don't need to be under your control, so they rebelled against it. So they did the Crusades to quell them.
The Catholics.
Yeah, and the Earth is flat.
The
Right.
Catholics
We never went to the
created
moon.
that church Ken Hovind has. They gave him the money for it.
That was the Jews. The Jews gave Ken Hovind the money. The
Why did he get a
Kabbalah.
loan from a bank?
Yeah.
Like any bank in the world?
And then
Like, oh, it's too
and then
money.
Who would
they
loan
set,
to him after he went to
and then
prison
they
for
set him up
structuring?
and then they set him up for tax fraud.
It was
Yeah.
structuring.
I like this African president on a video where he's like, the problem with corruption is if I'm not involved. If you guys
Yeah.
seen this reel yet, he's like, corruption's only a problem if I'm not involved in it. Like, that's crazy. It's like some African country like Nigeria or the Congo or something, but it's like all over Facebook lately. It's like one of them ones with it might be the same guy who's like,
I
why
need to
are
say
you
something.
gay?
Oh,
everybody, I need to say, yeah. This guy's right. Iranians are not Arabic. They're Indo-European.
Yeah, they're
Iran
actually
means
like
China
what Aryans were.
Persians. Have you ever seen Pokemon? There's the
No,
Persian.
that's
He goes
Yeah.
Persian.
Iran was
he
called
evolved
Persia
from Meowth, right?
for like ever.
From the cata. What is it again? Cataphract or what is it?
No,
Catattack?
I don't know.
Heart
dude.
attack?
Iranians, Pakistanis.
Meowth. Yeah, I said Meowth.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah,
they're like
what
Farsi.
happened? The Aryans landed there, and then the other Aryans went over there and mixed with the native of Indians to become modern India, and the other ones landed at the place Persia and started the country Persia.
It's like
and also
putting
known
a
as
Chinese,
Iran.
a Korean, and a Japanese like in a group, and having to pick them out. You're still gonna be struggling.
I agree with Lupin and Dan. Like they're all Arabs to me. Even the Indians.
They're all brownies in my eyes.
Well, what happened with Iran is because they became a Muslim theocracy. So like they ended up, people think they're like Arabs because they're Muslim. But if they would have chosen Christianity, imagine how different the world would be.
Another thing is
that's what happened to the ones who did choose over there. But
Daniel, technically, only ones who are actually Arabic are Saudi Arabians, and Muhammad and them mixed bring that, well, at least Islam, bring the Arabic language. It's kind of like Hispanic and Latino. It's a language, and bring that over Middle East. It's actually a language. So technically, they're not Arabic. It's Saudi Arabia who are Arabic. It's kind of like Spanish. And that.
Okay. Rock on, Gangster Ghost.
Tell them, Gangster
It's like
Ghost.
Aramaic.
Tell them that we are
like that. They're all in that language
that's
classification.
that's a language.
I know, but the language classification is like
Parabolic.
the same.
Yeah.
What was the one that Jess was talking about yesterday? He was saying like, what? Jess, are you still there? What were you saying yesterday? It wasn't Aramaic, but you said it was a different one that I didn't hear of before.
I think the group
that was used in the ball. You said
I
the
think
ball
the group
cycle.
is called like Abrahamic
I don't know if Jess is
languages
still
or
here.
something, but it's like Hebrew, Aramaic,
Semitic.
Yeah.
Semitic languages.
or Semitic.
Yeah, there's three main Caucasian groups. They're by
You're talking about
languages,
Ugaritic?
Indo-European.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ugaritic. What is it?
Ugaritic.
Indo-European, Semitic.
I gotta write that down because I don't know. I never heard of that. Ugaritic.
Is it like?
Yep.
Is it like
It's
Yiddish? but with-
Eucharistic. How do you spell it?
Is it like Yiddish
Jess, how
but
do you
with an
spell
extra
that?
bagel?
Is it what the Bosnian Muslims speak? And
Jeez,
like old
Dustin, what's up with
Yugoslavia?
all the anti-Semitism?
I just thought it was funny.
Gosh, man, you gotta just because
Sorry, I'm having
Yiddish, they have to
connection
have
issues.
everything bagel, huh?
Yeah, Jess, is it what the Yugoslavian Muslims,
Can
like
you
the
guys hear me?
Bosnians, spoke?
I'll hand that to you. All right, you got that one.
What's next? You gonna start talking
Ugaritic found
about
it.
Jewish
Ugaritic language. It's a
laser weaponry?
northwestern Semitic
Don't
language.
don't start digging a hole you can't dig yourself out of, Lupin. I gave you 1 point. Take it and walk away.
All right. Well, I have my
Yeah.
Cuban laser targeted on your location. Be careful.
Yeah. Spanish or Hispanic and Saudi Arabian or actual Arabic, and they like bring that language around the Middle East.
What do you?
Arabic is I think an ancient language of Hebrew.
What do you think, gangster, of modern day Iranians actually being the
Ugaritic.
Aryan people? Because that's what like historians
Yeah,
think.
they are.
That's what he said earlier.
Well, I
That's
thought
what
you
he said
guys thought
earlier.
they're like
You read
German
it to him?
Viking people with blonde hair.
Yeah, hers they're part of the Indo-European Caucasian group. The other one is Semitics and Hamites, a Caucasian group.
Ugaritic is actually oftentimes letter for letter the same as Hebrew. Interesting.
Oh.
So it's a Phoenician, something between Phoenician and Hebrew, but Phoenician and
The
Hebrew are
thing
already
about all
very
those
similar.
weird like Arab and Jew languages is you read from right to left, so
Arab
it's like
and
really
Jew.
confusing. Like
Middle
Hebrew, you
East,
read from
like
right to
Middle
left.
Eastern languages.
Yeah, Arabic, you read from right to left. It's very strange.
I'm telling you, I think
Take it
it's.
easy there,
I think
Clay
it's.
We
Trump.
also cross ourselves
No, I
from right
think
to
it's
left.
because
You're cross-dressed.
wherever Jerusalem or is it Jerusalem or Israel is. If you're to the east
Mecca.
of, if you're no, not Mecca. If you're to the east of Israel, then you write from right to left, and if you're from the west, then you write to left to right.
Left to right.
Yeah, but then
That's
what
right.
about like the
Based off of
Philippines and
where the sun
Indonesia and
rises.
stuff, and like
Like
Malaysia and
the
Singapore?
northern like on the northern like hemisphere area, like above them. Is that what you're asking?
Well, no, they're
Lupin, I need to tell you
east of
something.
there,
I found out
How do they write?
I have Spanish and Portuguese.
like us.
God, dude,
But they
Lupin,
also
you live
use
on a
English.
short bus, man.
They also use English, like or the Latin alphabet, so that's probably why.
Well, I can't. I don't even remember where Clay said because I'm on my phone and I'm walking
Like the
around.
Philippines and Malaysia and all those. But they use the Latin alphabet, so I guess their alphabet came from west.
Short bus paradise.
I heard you, Logan. You
Okay,
got
well,
some Spanish in you.
excuse me. My geography is
I
not
could be
that good.
Please.
Short bus.
I could be
Just
related
needs
to
happen.
If Dustin,
Lupin.
if
I
Probably
Dustin
are.
and Lupin ever meet up, Dustin would have some Cuban in him.
Ew.
It wouldn't be the other way around.
Lupin. I could be related to you, Lupin.
Wait, did you say it would be the other way around?
I said it wouldn't be the wouldn't be the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah, he says he's gonna be the pitcher.
Unless
only
I'm
makes
dead
one
or
of them
something
gay.
like that, but yeah, I mean, geez.
I could be related to
Could be.
Lupin. I can always say this.
I like when Dustin said he was gonna
Know what they say?
rape me, and I twisted
Said
it
when
up
you
to
go
make him
when
look
you
really
go
gay.
out,
I'm
I
like, he
go
wants
in.
me to enter him. He said he's gonna forcefully get on
Just
top
saying,
of me.
Lupin. Yeah.
I mean, dude, he's passed out. You don't have to be so forceful.
Yeah.
It's called painting yourself in a corner, Clay.
What?
It's called being caught after sundown with your pants down.
Lupin, what
The
you
whole
would do?
sundowning thing after all, the whole sundowning thing overall is just painting yourself in a corner.
What would you do if it turns out I'm your great cousin? Would that be so
Yeah,
great?
Immediately self-delete.
No, we
Oh, I'm just kidding.
we'd go and have some lechon together. No, that would explain.
What if you found out, Gigi,
Never
you're
mind.
related to Fidel Castro? Like he's your
Dang.
uncle or something.
And he's really trust.
You know what's actually perfect? Lupin has Neo up as his avatar, and we were talking about
Dang.
simulation theory earlier. Are
No,
you
I
in the
thought that was
Matrix, Lupin?
somebody doing the Nazi salute. Is that not what that is?
No, he's
Oh,
stopping the
okay.
bullets. He says, "Shut it down."
No, I thought I thought he was shooting the bullets out of his Nazi hand gesture. So I
Well, you
guess he
guys
didn't
gotta
have.
watch because it's amazing and it's on Netflix now, even though it's like a few years old.
Different kind of hail.
It's
Yeah.
you guys
A
should
hail of
watch
bullets.
Constantine because it's really good.
Oh, Constantine's so good.
I
It's a
know,
great
and it
movie.
fits
I
with
think.
the whole religious talk.
Are you there, Badger?
Yeah.
Hey, he black.
Okay.
How are you doing, man?
Badger. I could be related to
Yeah.
Lupin.
Hey, He Black's my
I think
friend.
we're all related at the
You
end
know
of
He
the
Black
day,
too?
GG.
He Black's my
Except
cousin.
except for some of these Orthodox Jews who's like, do you consider Mary your spiritual mother? It's like I don't even know what that means, dude. Like, what do you even mean by that?
You
Do you
believe in?
consider God to be your spiritual father? Like your father in
God is the
heaven?
Father, yeah.
Hallowed be thy name. All right, so you believe that. So you know what spiritual father means.
She
What
was
about spiritual mother?
a flesh and blood human, from the beginning.
But the whole Baptist idea
Yeah,
of
she
why she was
was.
chosen, which is
And I
the
guess she
Baptists
still
are like
Yeah,
is.
she was a
and
direct
Adam
descendant of
didn't
Noah.
have Eve until she was fashioned from him. So what?
When
Yeah,
I
but they were still in the spiritual form. They were in a glorified body.
when I asked Tim about this, he's like, "Well," I'm like, "Why was she chosen?" And he's like, "She was a direct descendant of Noah." And I'm like, "Do you think Noah's flood actually happened?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Then everybody in the world would be a direct descendant of him."
Pretty much.
Have you
So there would
guys
be
seen the
nothing
meme?
special about being related to him because everybody would.
It's actually more important that she comes from the
Yeah.
line of David.
Have you
Yeah.
guys seen the meme where the goth girl is sitting next to Mary on the park bench, and the goth girl's like, "Those Christians said I'm satanic," and Mary goes, "Me too."
Oh, that's so sweet. I haven't seen that. No.
Yeah.
The Blessed Mother. It's just like, oh
We're
man,
saying-
why do you guys like her so much? I don't know. She gave
Well,
birth to our Savior.
I bet
Pretty
you
important.
the disciples that most Protestants practically worship, kind of thought she was pretty great too. I don't know. That's just me.
Oh yeah,
She was
yeah. Like any of those guys, like Paul or any of them. Like you ask them what they
if
thought
she
about the
was
Mother of
so
Christ. You would have heard
important, why
positive
didn't they
Yeah,
things.
just
but
use her instead of sending
she
Jesus?
she would always direct glory to Jesus Christ and not her though.
That's like saying
That's true.
if the tablets were so important, why did like if the ark is so important, why like it's the same thing.
Why even have God? Yeah. Yeah, if we have a container for God, then why do we need God in the first
Yeah.
place? I don't know, because she's the temple of the Lord.
But she's
Yeah,
important
like the
though.
She's
tablets.
the throne of Jesus Christ.
What
That's
was the
getting
importance
very
that
pagan
she
like. I don't know about that, man.
what was the importance that she shown exactly? I mean, how much of her
Well, it was
did they
something
use?
she's shown to God, and which is why he like put
She was the
himself in
first
her.
Christian.
Yeah, and our Lord took flesh
Yeah.
from her body, and she changed his poopy diapers, and she
I bet they
breastfed
didn't
him.
have diapers.
Did they have
They probably
diapers
didn't.
back
They probably just let you shit on the floor.
They probably had something like diapers back then. Let
They
me
might
see.
have had
They just
like
had
I
a
know, and
basket that
I
they held
think
them
they had
over.
like reusable like cloths. Like I think they would just clean it.
In the time of Jesus Christ, would they have had diapers?
Yeah, if they had cloth, they probably had
That's a fun
diapers.
question. While there's no direct mention of diapers in the Bible, it's pretty likely they used something similar. They probably used soft
Yeah.
cloths made from wool, linen, or even animal skins to wrap babies. These could be washed and reused, kind of like the cloth diapers some people use
Imagine
today.
you see how bad diaper rash is with these kids today. Now imagine
So,
if you used wool.
Yeah, let's
how
not
bad
trust
it would be.
era.
Gemini, baby.
I was watching
Skin's so
how
smart.
Gemini, that's
I was
even
watching
worse.
this movie. It was like
It's gonna kill
Spartacus,
us.
like Blood in the Sand or something like that, or Gods of the Sand or something. I don't know. It was about the gladiators, and it has this little part where they were just walking like through this alleyway. It's just full of like prostitutes and like just slaves doing slave people and butchers, and then they just kind of stop and they go to this box, and it was the bathroom. It was like an open air bathroom, and they just shit while dudes pissing next to them, and then they use like a hand cloth to wipe it off. It was kind of it was weird, but I mean, it was like, yeah, well, that's how it was, but it was kind of weird. It just came out. It was just like a very random scene. Like that movie is kind of random, though.
Well,
Or show.
I believe that God chose that time period, out of his infinite wisdom. Like there was we will never know fully until we get to meet Christ probably at the end, and we'll maybe know a little bit more, but like there's so many things about that time period and like what was happening. I guess maybe the main one is that crucifixion became a system of killing people. That didn't even exist before, and yet
Oh
it was
yeah, that was
prophesized.
prophesized. Oh shoot, when do you think the earliest prophecy of Jesus is?
Genesis, if you talk about
Okay,
the Trinity,
all right.
like this icon behind me, that's when Abraham gets met by three angels that he addresses as a singular Lord.
Okay, I would say it was that she shall bear a son out of the woman's seed that shall crush the serpent's head. I think that's the first prophecy mentioning. Well, that's foreshadowing Jesus.
That's
Yeah, I know
Genesis,
it's
crushing
Genesis.
the
Yeah,
crushing
yeah.
the
He said
serpent's head. Yeah, we'll put
and
enmity between the woman and the snake.
enmity, something like that. Yeah.
Notice that it says the woman and the snake. So like clearly Mother Mary is important. Like it's Jesus who crushes the head, but it does say that the woman is involved. There has to be a rectification of
Well,
Eve
yeah. I
as
mean,
well
the
as
woman,
Adam.
she bore Christ. Yeah.
Yeah.
No one.
Amen.
I don't get.
Yeah,
I
she
don't get
also she
your. Well, I mean, maybe it's just been like your experience with like Tim and maybe some like other Protestant people that I don't know. They say some wild stuff about Mary, and I get the whole thing whenever people smash the idols and stuff with that because I don't agree with that, But yeah, it's not like I think badly of Mary. I just think she was another person just
okay.
like
What
us.
what makes something an idol versus a statue,
What makes
Lupin?
something an idol versus a statue? Well, they
Yeah.
go, they kiss
Yeah.
its feet, they rub it, they worship it, they bow down to it, they pray to it. Does that
Okay.
answer your question?
So like if a lot of people took
Not
a
really.
pilgrimage there, like would that be like worship? Because they took a long time to get there just to see that statue.
I'm sorry, I was reading some comment.
If
Well,
it's
people
okay.
do
Like if there was
that
a
just to go see
pilgrimage to
art.
get to the statue, like if there was a long
Uh,
trip to get to the
That'd
statue,
be a
would that be
prop.
worship?
Yeah, that would be considered part of it. Yeah.
So like Mount Rushmore is a great
Well,
example,
no, they
or
don't work.
when you
They
go
don't
to
go.
Washington D.C. and you see the
That's
statue of Abraham
sightseeing.
Lincoln.
They're not worshiping it. They're not paying.
They went all that way just to see
Yeah,
it,
because it's a sight to see.
and they want to take pictures with
Yeah,
them
but I
next to
mean,
it.
are they trying to communicate with it or use it as a communication? What are they doing? Are they just admiring it or are they seeing it
Do you
as
think
Now that is the clear. Now that is the $1 million or even bigger. It's priceless question because what is happening on the inside? Now you can't know that. I can know that about myself, and you can know about what's
okay?
happening inside your heart. But you can't look at
Well,
other
then what's
people and say
happening in your
those
heart?
people who want to see Abraham
What's
Lincoln, they're
happening in your
worshiping
heart
Abraham Lincoln. You don't know
you
what's
go
happening
to
in
a
their heart.
Mother Mary sculpture? What happens? Do you pray? Do you pray to her? Do you use that statue to get in the vision in your mind to pray to her?
Well, I'm an Orthodox, so we have
Okay,
icons of
so
Mother
okay,
Mary.
okay.
well, hold on. What
But when
does
I'm before
pray
her
mean?
He's
icon,
answering the question.
yeah, go ahead.
What does pray mean, Lupin?
To communicate,
Lupin, what does pray mean?
communicate.
Okay. Is prayer the same as worship?
Prayer, it can be, part of worship. Whenever
Okay,
you pray to
can be part of
something,
worship, but is prayer
yes.
always worship?
It's an aspect of worship.
You think yes?
It's an aspect of worship.
Well, it can be involved in
Pray
worship,
tell, will
but
you
is
spot me
prayer
some
itself
tea?
worship?
Is prayer itself worship? I think that you have to worship something pretty darn seriously if you're going to be praying to it.
Well, Jess is asking you questions. He's essentially praying to you right
No,
now.
he's asking me a question. He's not worshiping me.
He's not worshiping you, but he's asking
Yeah, but
questions, and that's
I'm a
what
living
praying means.
person.
It
I'm
means
not a
asking questions.
statue.
You heard that term before?
Huh? Love,
What?
pray, eat, laugh, love.
Yeah, but
What?
Lupin, when you're dead,
I'm not understanding what
your
I'm not
spirit will.
understand what you're saying. I'm not. I
Am
couldn't
I
understand what
breaking
you were
up?
saying. Love, pray, tell. A little. You were a little bit.
So, have you ever heard of the? Okay.
So in
Have
the
you ever heard of
archaic,
the
like
term
pray
"what
tell
pray
means to
tell"?
ask for
What?
something.
Because pray just means to ask.
I've heard of like the phrase.
So if I,
Yeah,
yeah, but
I've heard of that.
prayer
I've heard
means
of
to
that
ask for
used,
something.
but I don't. I don't know
So
if that's
Lupin,
what
if I
pray
ask you for
means.
Lupin,
It
if
is.
I ask you for something, am I worshiping you?
No, because I'm a living person.
And so is Jesus
Yeah,
Christ, is he
but
not?
yeah, he is. But is Mary?
Yes.
Where?
She's also
Yeah.
How do you
living
know
and in
that?
heaven. In heaven.
Where does it
Because
Because
say
it
she
it in
was
says
the
in the
Bible?
used
Bible.
by our
Well,
Lord.
Where does it say it though? Where does it say that Mother Mary's in heaven?
it says that those that believe in me will not perish. It says that those that died with Christ will be resurrected with him. That refers to the baptism. There's the thief on the cross where he said, "Today in paradise you'll
You
be
think
with
that the
me."
thief is
Uh,
already in heaven?
I do think so. Do you not? Because this is an
Well,
interesting thing
Jesus said
seeing
it.
about
So is that
Christians. Do
not
you not
true?
think the thief on the cross
No,
is in
I
paradise?
think that's the moment that he
Yeah.
accepted Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior. So he is going to be in paradise today. Today you shall be with me in paradise. This depends on
He
where you
said
put that
today.
comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
today
Today.
you shall be with me in paradise. Um, Also, there's it has to do with Jesus's timing on death. I don't think Jesus was dead yet. I think the thief may have
Do you
died
think?
before Jesus. I'm not sure.
Do you think that? Do you think that Jesus instantly judged him in that moment? Do you think he bypassed the final judgment?
No, I think. Well, what I believe is that he accepted Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior at that moment, so he was saved at that moment.
Surely
Yeah.
today you'll be with me in paradise. I wonder what that
Yeah,
could
it's
mean.
because they does it have a comma in there?
Surely
What?
today. Surely.
Does it have a comma in
Surely.
there?
Surely is like assuredly I say to you. Like
I
Like
certainly.
three
Like
know, but
dots.
don't doubt
Did he
this.
say
is there a
surely
comma
today and
in
dot
that
dot dot?
sentence though? Okay.
Surely, comma, you will be
Yeah,
with
they
me
didn't
today in
have
paradise.
commas whenever they wrote that, so that's where they're imagining the comma would go. But depending on where you put that comma can change the context of that quite a bit.
When you say
If
they
they
didn't
didn't
have
have commas,
commas,
then what's the point of the
That's
comma?
and
that's what the
also
authors that's their best guess on where it would have been at. They didn't have on the scrolls.
Yeah.
They didn't have punctuation. It was just written as a big block.
so but they had to translate it into English, and even doesn't even Greek have commas? Let me take a look here. Does the Greek language have commas? Yes.
Does Koine
Yes, it
Greek have
does.
commas?
So yeah. Okay, let me take a look at that. Good question. Does Koine Greek have commas? No, in Cohen, they would use word separation instead of commas, so that's how they would be able to determine where the commas would go when you translate it to English. So they had a spacing system instead of punctuation system.
Okay, but anyway,
they're still right next to each other.
And
comma
also,
or not.
what even is the point of the comma? I mean, what's your point? It's surely today you'll be with me in paradise. Are you trying to say like if there was a comma or wasn't a comma that would change the
If
meaning?
there's a comma, do other random parts of scripture just go
No,
in between those?
Yeah, where it's like I
change
didn't
it?
really mean
well,
today. I
no,
meant
that's
like I
that's
was just like,
exactly
joking.
in
like
this
maybe in a
term.
few
That's exactly
weeks.
what it means. It means that he could just be dying and waiting for the second coming to be resurrected. So it doesn't necessarily mean that day he went to heaven. It could say you've
So
accepted
you
me
don't
as your
believe in sola
savior.
scriptura?
Whenever I come for the second time, you'll be resurrected and brought up, and you will be saved. Then you will enter heaven.
Do you remember what happened with Lazarus? Do you
Is
remember when
Lupin
Mary
quoting
said
some church traditions, some holy
Mary and
tradition?
Martha said to Jesus, "Oh, I know he'll be
Right.
resurrected on the last day." And what did Jesus say to
Which
him?
Mary was
Do you
that?
remember? Mary. It was the
Magdalene?
Lazarus Mary. Was it Bethany? Was it Bethany?
Aiden?
I think it was No,
thought
it was
that was
Mary of Bethany.
Martha.
Martha. There was Mary and Martha, and I think it was. Yeah. Either way, what did Jesus say in response?
No, I thought
Stop
you were. I
digressing.
was just gonna see if you were gonna say.
What, Lupin digressing instead of addressing the original topic? I can't believe that. I can't believe it.
No.
Yeah. So what did Jesus say when she said, "Oh, I know he'll be resurrected on the last day"?
Yeah. What did he say about that?
He said
I have to
what?
pull it up.
He says, "I am the life. I am
May
the resurrection."
zest be with you, my friend.
As always. So while Lupin,
Aiden, I have to
go ahead.
ask you real quick. Side note: what do you think about how hot the latest video made you? You look super feminine.
I
in that
mean,
one.
I haven't seen it. I'll have to.
Where you and Clay are dancing at the ball
Can
together.
that be shown?
Yeah, can you show it real
Yeah,
quick?
it was
Logan?
his idea.
Was it Clay's idea?
No, not Clay. Jess.
It was Clay's idea.
Yeah, just wants to pretend that he's not a troll on the
Yeah.
inside too. We're all a little goofy.
Just a little bit, right? Just a little bit.
You got to
Oh,
be
of
to be on the
course.
internet. I mean, how would you handle this place if you weren't a little bit
So
of
it says
troll?
right here on 25. Martha answered, "I know he will rise again in the resurrection at that last day." Jesus said to her, "I am the resurrection and the life, or the life. The one who believes in me will live even though they die, and whoever lives by believing in me will never die." Do you believe this?
Aw, you're a good dancer, Aiden.
Thank you. It seems like it. Busting
You
a
also look
move.
great in a corset.
Sorry about that, Aiden.
Yeah, here Aiden looks more believable as a woman than Clay does.
I know. Clay's still got a rifle in his hand or something. I don't know
Yeah,
what's going
Aiden's
on
like
there.
passing right now. It's a little alarming.
I'm the best of
Yeah.
both worlds.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Aiden. But my heart loved it.
Very zesty yet androgynous.
I'm more about the body than the face, but
You guys are all spending looking at these
it's called a
images with
butterface.
lust.
Oh no, I'm
I
not.
mean, the
looking at
fact
it
that
with
you're
lust. I'm just
inferring that
saying
they're
that, like,
looking at it with lust
let
is you
Wild-
just letting your own inference kind of leak in there. But all
I'm
right.
not even really.
Don't
looking
let
at the
Wild
screen.
Heart see this one.
shielded my eyes. It's not the fact I went blind from the poor quality bathtub hooch I just drank.
Aiden, Wildheart loved it.
Does Lupin
He
make
said
He
it was
does.
very
He does.
radiating.
It's true.
No. There's no
Lupin,
way.
do you
He's
use
Lupin's
making
making
battery
hooch.
acid to
bathtub
make your
gin.
I don't know. Could be a good hobby though.
Do you make toilet wine?
Who?
Anyone.
No.
AJ, have you made toilet
I was
wine?
asking that question into the
Wow,
void.
Lupin's. You're so engaged right now in the conversation. You're
Yeah,
really
I'm reading. That's why.
What? Yeah. All right.
I'm reading.
Sure.
Sound like what?
Lupin, do you read when you read stuff? Do you sound it out? Like, do you like read
Jesus
it
said
out
to
loud?
her, I am the
So,
resurrection and the life. The one who believes in me will live, even though they die, and whoever lives by believing in me will never die. Do you believe this? That's how I read
His
it.
dad's like coaching him in the background.
Yeah.
So here's
you
the
just
thing
hear
with
clapping.
Christians that's beautiful is that we don't really believe in death. Death doesn't exist for us. So yeah, maybe it seems to the world we have died, but we're still alive in Christ, and nothing can separate us from the love of Christ, not even death. That's what Paul said.
Okay.
And the love of the Theotokos through Christ.
Glory to Jesus Christ. So what should my stream be about today? I know I'm going to read some stuff that Jess sent me.
Did you read that letter yet?
I haven't done a stream since that, but I will.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought I read that and I was very edifying. And
it's what I hear from priests too. Whenever I talk to
Yeah.
people about that, and I know you've talked to people about it too, Jess.
well,
because
Seraphim Rose himself was received through chrismation. So in
I didn't even know that, man.
Sandman's
I didn't
opinion,
even know.
he's not real Orthodox.
I had no idea that he was received that way. That makes me feel a lot better about how I was received.
Yeah.
Oh, Daniel, be careful tonight, okay?
But a lot of people use as sorry.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
A lot of people use that as a double-edged sword, and they're like, "Well, the only reason he's defending it is because that's how he was received." And it's like, yeah, but what are you gonna do? Rebaptize, and then if you rebaptize, do you rechristmate, and then you're trying to say that the chrism isn't valid?
Yeah.
Like,
and also, like, he made a great point. It's like, once you take the Eucharist, what are you going to do? Say that didn't have grace in it now? Like, oh, sorry, guys, I got to redo it. There's no such thing as redoing things.
yeah.
That's called
Do you know who
having
Brother
lack of faith.
Nathaniel? Do you know who Brother Nathaniel is?
Maybe. I don't know.
He's a very controversial he's a monk that lives in a schismatic monastery.
Oh.
And he criticizes a lot of the bishops constantly, but there's like one bishop that's like he's allowed like Brother Nathaniel's allowed to take communion. And that's all it says, but Brother Nathaniel uses that as like some sort of authority that you can speak on things. But Brother Nathaniel literally said that if you get chrismated without getting baptized right beforehand in the church, that might as well be Crisco. He literally said that.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I fulfilled my
would-
duty of taking out the
Yeah, go ahead.
trash, so I'm gonna go now. You guys have a good one.
We still have to arrange that payment so that you can
take credit
debate.
for it for my sounding it out reading comment. I think that really hit him to the bone.
You know, it was good. You helped me for sure. You know, with Lupin, there's a lot of weight to be hefted around when you're dealing with that kind of garbage.
Are you talking about when he read from the Bible?
He was just his total lack of actual engagement in the conversation whatsoever.
Yeah, he
Okay.
wasn't paying attention to anything that was going on, Daniel.
Yeah, but when I thought I was trying to figure out what you were talking about. Like, are you talking about when he read from the Bible?
Yeah, but I couldn't even understand him because he said it like so
slurredly.
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, I just
I
couldn't
think
understand him.
while he's reading it, he's realizing that, like, okay, this is very clearly saying that people don't die when
He
they
tried
believe in
contradicting
Christ.
you on saying that Jesus was that guy wasn't with Jesus, the thief on the cross, that he wasn't with Jesus that very next day.
I figured
and
he
then,
was
like,
just counting commas. I figured he was just counting commas.
well, counting commas doesn't make any sense because commas are something that emerged in the 3rd century BC. So Aristophanes,
they're using spacing
Aristophanes
back
of
then,
Byzantium, which
apparently.
is not the same Byzantium that you're thinking of. It's actually there's a city named Byzantium or Byzantion, depending on your translation, that would later become the city of Constantinople. It's why people call the Eastern Roman
Let's
Empire the
retake.
Byzantine Empire, but it's not an accurate term.
Let's retake
That's
Constantinople.
right. But
We're gonna
yeah,
get back.
commas were a convention that would have been around in biblical times. It's not just this thing where he may have been talking about Hebrew, which I mean, like, I'm not as familiar with Hebrew. I couldn't tell him whether or not that is the case, but I could easily tell him that what he was saying about Greek was just totally bogus. But
Yeah.
once again, we got another pseudo historian coming on here, just pulling knowledge out of his rear and acting like he knows more than he does. What a surprise. Must be one of those days that ends in Y.
Well, I think there's just a reaction to our veneration of Mother Mary that people don't get because they haven't been exposed to that in their walk with God. And I think the chief thing that we're going against is like they think that prayer is worship. And, you know,
Yeah.
unfortunately, you know, that's like the connotative meaning here in the West. And it shouldn't be because that's
Daniel,
not what the word means. Yeah.
but Daniel, what's hilarious is people's enthusiasm and fanaticism towards their favorite sports team, that they think about that way more than Jesus or church. But if you accuse them
idol
of
worship.
but it's closer to worship than what they think we're doing.
Yeah.
Like they're making their whole life about that thing. And
he mentions that like, oh, but Mother Mary always points to Jesus, and I was like, amen, because like that's the whole
that's
point.
the point. That's
yeah,
why it's okay to venerate her, because she points to Christ.
yeah. There's always Christ, almost always in the icons. Christ is with her because that was something she
thing
told
that
Luke, apparently.
Oh, hey,
In our tradition, would say that.
I can admire the cross, I can admire the Bible, I can admire the apostles, but not Mary.
Not the mother. Yeah.
Not his
Well, yeah,
mom,
because he's been told by
who
other
raised them.
Protestants that that's bad. So why would he come to his own conclusion about
Yeah.
that when he can just, piggyback off of other
Well,
people?
it's a lack of.
I put that other song I had this time with no audio, just the song, and I have Clay dancing. He's a
nice.
good dancing Clay. He's so good he makes his rifle disappear. Yeah, almost as good as you.
Well, that's a shotgun, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
He's
Yeah.
almost as good as you. You and your robo dance. Yeah.
Thanks. Took many years.
Oh, funny. Oh. But I want to ask you something. Where's Sandman? Where has he been?
I am not Sandman's
you
keeper.
own Sandman.
You, pardon me.
Where did Sandman go? I have no idea, Logan. What am I, Sandman's keeper?
Sandman
Like,
fell
his
down
blood
a well.
cries out to me, Daniel. His blood cries out.
I'm
sorry.
We missed him.
He fell down a well. Oh my goodness. Sandman, are you okay down there?
It's very dark down here, and I think I may have fractured a rib on my way down here. It's actually aching me quite a bit, but I'm Sandman, the Stoic, so I'm not allowed to express any emotion aside from this one right now. So,
yeah. But I thought, have you ever seen Sandman? What he really looked like?
I feel like Sandman could get robbed. Like somebody could pull up to Sandman and like pull a Glock up and just be like, "Give me all your money, give me everything you own," and Sandman would be like, "All right, I am reaching into my pocket now to retrieve my wallet."
He would take his hand out and beat him up and break him down.
That's right. That's right. He's going down there to distract them. That's when he gets them with the left hook.
Yeah. Hey, they can't take on the great Sandman. They will kneel before him.
He won't back down. There's a whole
Oh.
song about it. He'll stand his ground, and he
And
won't
I
back
won't
down.
back down, and I'll stand my ground.
Did you hear me, Logan?
We think of the Overballs.
I said,
say,
does
Jess?
Sandman feel like a dad to you sometimes? But then it's like Daniel's your stepdad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you're not my real
And
dad.
sometimes you just
You're not my real dad. Yeah. I love that trope.
Just what Miss Mod said.
Oh, I'm not.
Might not
I'm
just
not
carry
even
on
gonna.
him. You mean like Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner? The thing that we say
I'm
constantly.
not even gonna read Missing Mod's comment. I'm just gonna say,
I
hey
just
guys,
can't with her
Missing
anymore.
Mod here.
Look, I can't see
I
what
agree
she's
with
saying.
everything
I
that
don't.
Jess has ever said, and yeah,
I
that's
need
how
a
you guys are
lot
gonna
of
get along.
attention. I need a lot of attention. I'm gonna find something to get mad about in a few minutes, and then say
Oh my
something else
gosh,
later,
just get
and
along,
then
you
tell you
two.
how much I love you. And then if you don't say it back fast enough, I'm gonna tell everyone you're gaslighting me. Got it. Correct.
Oh.
Why can't we all just get along?
I think we can. Missing Mod, get on up here. Let's squash the beef. Come on. I've apologized to you because Clay tricked me into thinking you were the guy that made that video about me.
Yeah.
So I have no idea.
Listen, Mod, Clay had me
DJ
thinking
Unpause.
that Jason guy mocking Daniel was your husband or something.
Yeah. I'm actually pretty
Well, I
gullible.
believed it
I've
too, and I'm
found out about
typically
myself over the
not.
years.
So
I thought I remember seeing evidence, but apparently
oh my
not.
gosh.
That song about
Are you talking about Sandman? Satanist? Sandman?
What was that?
I have no idea. Just kind of just saying words at this point.
Loud noises.
I went to a church one time that was underground, so according to Dustin, that means that I'm a cross-dressing Satanist.
did you hear what
Why
Clay
does
said earlier?
Sandman sound like
so...
Johnny Cash when Aiden does it?
Earlier, you know what Clay said? As always, says, if you need some fecal matter, I got.
Does it really sound like Johnny Cash?
Yeah.
You don't have to like Evil AJ. You don't have to love Evil AJ. You don't even have to like Evil AJ. It's a classic song, GG.
Oh, thank you. And you sung it.
It was me. It's true. Were you trying to do an impersonation of that Down from the Sickness guy? Oh.
It's more like a duck sound.
It's Donald Duck doing ooh wah.
Daniel, I have a question. Why are you getting stalked by? Why do these people hate you?
I
What
don't
did
know.
you ever do to them?
I only get stalked by this dude named Cecil. I get stalked by Cecil.
From the Invincibles.
Yeah. Well, I wonder, do you think it might have been, I don't know, somehow disengaging with the conversation? Oh. But do you think it might have been Sandman? No, it might have been, I don't know. But that one thing I put up there, it already hit 200 something views.
Just now?
280 views. Yeah, I just put up there not too long ago. Have Dancing Clay without music. It had 280 views.
Yeah.
Are you down with the Sickness, Gangster Ghost?
I like your Clay Troll song that you did.
Good, AJ, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, it's good, AJ.
Oh, it's the decent AJ. Let's not call him good because no one's
Ooh, Evil AJ is better.
decent AJ.
Catholic
I'm
AJ.
just joking, other AJ. We're fine.
AJ.
We're cool. cool.
How's Catholic AJ's day today, Logan?
I'm doing
You
well,
watch
DJ.
TV?
Why'd you kind of
Oh,
sound
that's
like Obama there for a minute? I'm doing
Well,
well,
let me
DD.
tell you something.
You know, I'm glad you said that, because I well, golly, I don't know.
calling
Now,
her
see,
Big
now that
Mike.
he's not on the stream, I can't do it anymore.
I've got to leave the stream now.
It kicks them out sometimes. It does it to people. That's why I think about going to StreamYard, because this thing kicks
I
people
think
out a lot.
Bin Laden's getting me back.
But yeah. Did you like that Over Bowl song?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
based
I thought
on
it was pretty good.
your life.
It was all right.
Yeah, well, now let me be clear. I think that song was pretty good. This is first term Obama. Second term Obama would be like, let me be clear.
I'm bombing a lot of places right now. I'm
I
losing
mean,
my edge.
sure, Alex Jones said that I'm the devil because I smell like sulfur.
Some kind of I'm some kind of reptilian. I don't understand what he means.
Oh my gosh.
You know, I'm just trying to go up here
You
and run a
just
country.
reminded me, yeah. And he said one time I was a reptilian. He says I smell like sulfur.
What's
And
up with this guy?
He looks like he's trying to be happy, but he just looks so dead inside. He's just so disheveled.
Yeah, all the time he's like,
I've got to say, man, the presidency, it wears on people, and Obama was one of the really bad ones.
he was a,
something.
yeah. Okay. I'll just quickly say that I think Obama was like a college professor as the president, but that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, Logan.
What about this? You better. This is what he needs to know. Don't be a sad Lupin.
Be a happy
Don't be a sad Lupin.
Lupin.
Be a happy Lupin.
Happy Lupin. Lupin poopin.
Lupin Dupin takes a poopin.
Takes a poopin.
This is a face you make if you met him in person.
That's the look on Obama's face when he got the briefing as soon as he got made president. It's probably the look he had on his face.
I can ask you something, Aiden. Have you given yourself over to Darwinism?
Yes.
I would like to ask you.
Absolutely.
Read the Book of Darwin?
I've read the Book of Darwin. I've bought all the Darwin merchandise. I pray in the direction
I got the best Darwin gear. The best Darwin swag.
The best Darwin gear. The very finest. People have been talking about it, you know. People have been saying it's the very best. Only the finest. And I'll tell you what, the very finest Darwin gear can only be found over here at Trump Tower. That's right. Trump Tower. We got the very best.
I have a question.
I love Mexicans. Look at this thing of me eating a taco bowl. I love Hispanics.
Oh, what is this? The AI made the cross on fire.
You know darn well what it is. You're pulling up your images. What's this, guys?
What's this strange symbol? It's like a cross, but it's got like a spike on one side, and it goes around in like a geometric pattern, and it's tilted over at a 45-degree angle. I don't quite know what this thing is. Can you guys take a look at it real quick?
Okay.
Take a look at this
why
photograph.
did the AI put the cross on fire?
You know that Nickelback actually came from my province. I'm kind of ashamed to say
I thought
that.
you were going to say from my crotch.
One of the greatest musicians of all time, Nickelback.
I birthed them, Gangster Ghost, from my loins. It's true. Chad Kroger himself.
Is this weird?
He's my progeny.
The AI had the cross on fire. Why is that? Why did they put that?
I don't know. It's anyone's guess, you know? anyone's guess. I can't
think they're part
imagine
of
a
the-
major organization that would be associated with crosses that are on fire. Personally, I can't say. Daniel, can you think of one?
There was one. It was a
There was?
three-letter organization.
Oh,
but
really?
It only used one letter.
I mean, I don't think the IRS ever quite went that far with things, but all right. I mean, I'd have to look into it maybe and consult another source.
Orthodox or KKK?
Hey, whoa, where did that come from? Who was talking about the KKK? What's that all about? We were just talking about, like, totally unrelated stuff. Like,
What do you
what
think
the
of that?
heck?
Is that crazy?
I thought what was so funny the other day, well, no, actually, it was today that I was listening to this stream, and it was a podcast that instead of saying the word Israel, they were using the new New Jersey in the Middle East. And I thought that was just the greatest thing.
Oh my God.
Try to get over censorship. They're just like, oh, yeah, it's New Jersey in the Middle East.
It sounds like something that Trump would say. We're gonna make it the New Jersey of the Middle East. That's right. We've
gonna be
said
a
that
state.
the Gaza Strip. That's right. We're buying the Gaza Strip, and we're gonna make it the New Jersey of the Middle East. There's gonna be a lot of condos there. It's gonna be really good. I'll tell you what. They'll be the finest Trump condos.
Get down.
Israelis only.
Southern Baptist Church.
Here's a good song. Get down.
Get down. Yeah. The Gaza Strip. Just his comment.
The Gaza Strip. That's right.
The Gaza Strip.
That's right. That's right. We're gonna have
made
lots of
of gold.
casinos. You know, there's a lot of stereotypes about money associated with that region. A lot of stereotypes. So I think
They
that
have
if
the
we made it,
most, but they're gonna have more. They're gonna get tired of all the gold, all the
that's right. They're gonna
shekels.
get tired of it.
They won't know what to do with it.
Oh, Aiden. TTR did another video about your favorite buddy, Smokey Saint.
Oh wow, cool. I can't deal with him because he destroyed me that one time that he came on, and he was like, "Hey, have you addressed this totally different set of ideas that aren't related to what you're talking about?" And I'm like, let me explain to you why I'm not addressing those ideas not related to what we're talking. See, you don't know what you're talking about. You act like you don't know anything, but actually, I'm the one that does. It's just so silly.
Don't upclass me, all right? Don't outclass
Oh, I'm
me.
sorry.
Don't
I'm
outclass
sorry.
me.
My bad. I do my best. All right.
I'd love to see you debate James W. the Great Debate.
I mean, I
much,
would
too
love
much
to debate
gold.
Jamie. You should message him and ask him about that. But I'm sure he's going to be like, I'm not going to do that because Aiden doesn't believe the same way that I do. And even though he's, by definition, somebody that I should be talking to, therefore, more than other people, I'm just not going to do that because my pride doesn't allow it.
Pride before the fall.
You know, between pride and sin is the letter I.
Dang.
Saw that in a meme shared by
Dang.
I'm from YouTube, Landworker Gardener of Soul. I put it on my community posts. Thought it was a good meme. I said that's deep. Between both sin and pride is I.
Right. That's why I need to be a sailor, because if you say I, it cancels out.
Two eyes, better
That's
than
right.
one. Two eyes are safer, and you have an extra.
That's true. I wish I could relate.
Mini pants. Is it? Wow, that's
Smokey
crazy.
Saint could be a meanie
Daniel.
pants. That's ridiculous, Spooky. How could you even infer that?
Oh, Jamie's here.
Bread, the second
Jamie, would you like
commandment.
to debate?
It's still binding.
Rainy Jussel?
Bread is the second commandment, as in the Eucharist, the bread and the blood and the wine. And now he's talking about Reed. Never mind. Jamie, you should debate Aiden. I want to see this. This is going to be great.
Yeah, let's do it. I'd love it.
When you're
he's
not
at
at work.
I'm at work too. What's your excuse?
I'm not at work.
I'm literally. I'll do it while I'm working. How does that sound? While you're working, while I'm working, we'll get paid for this, Jamie. And trust me, I'm still actively engaging with the work that I'm doing right now. I don't want to hear any, I actually do the work that I'm doing. I'm doing it. I'm just capable of multitasking.
Yeah, just. Yeah, that'd be a great debate. The great Aiden versus the
A
great
master
Russell.
class in debating.
Russell.
I mean, like, he's always classified me as an idiot. So I always took the stance of, well, if I'm, like, an idiot that doesn't know what I'm talking about, then I should just be easy fodder, right? And then you should, like, wipe the floor with me. It shouldn't even be a problem. It's kind of the way that I've taken it. But
What would you do if he jumped on your back, knock you on the ground, actually push you on the ground,
at
sweeping
work
the floor?
does not equal working. Oh my god, Bubblegum, I never saw that take coming from anybody whatsoever. I'm bowled over by that. I didn't preface what I was saying by that earlier before you said that or anything.
But you were saying you were working.
I am
at
working.
work.
I'm working right now.
So he tried to say you're not working, but you say you were working. So nah. Oh. But yeah, what would you do if he did that? He jumped on your back, he fell on the ground, and he pushed you on the ground like you're sweeping. Did he literally sweep the floor with you?
You're talking about like a lethal encounter?
Yeah, he jumped into the back, he fell on the ground, and he pushed you, used you to screen
Well,
the
the first
floor.
thing you got to do,
So
Logan,
he
is you got to
literally-
roll with the punches, and you got to keep it cool, head on your shoulders. And you can't forget that you always keep a 9mm in your pocket, ready to go.
Yeah.
One in the chamber.
know what they say? Sandman, he doesn't need guns. His hands is his weapons. They actually license his hands like they would a nuclear
You don't need
bomb.
2 arms either,
He is
but
the
I like to
greatest.
have them.
Yeah. Right, Aiden?
I've seen
See? Even
I've seen
Aiden.
people very capable, without
Sorry,
without
what's
an
that?
arm.
Oh, what would you do if he jumped on your back, he fell on the ground, and he pushed you on the ground like he was sweeping? Did he literally sweep the floor with you?
I mean, if that did happen, then he would sweep the floor with me. That is undeniably true. But I don't think
Is
that
that the only way he could?
Jamie's a busy man.
Aiden,
He's
you
got
gotta
better things to do.
you gotta use a Trump defense. You just have to deny that it would ever happen in the first place. Be like, it wouldn't. That would never. If I was in charge, we'd never be in these wars. Everything would be perfect.
That's right. If I was in charge of Canada, there wouldn't be any problems there whatsoever.
Aiden, this is what Spooky said. Please read this out of my ass. Oh.
Aiden, please read this out loud in my accent. I watched Smokey throughout his quote-unquote YouTube career. I have witnessed many... I'm not doing it well. Hold on. It's because I'm working right now. I'm not properly, the part of my brain that should be doing the impersonation is busy elsewhere. I'll tell you what. Give that one, copy it, and then I will do it later because I am a little preoccupied at the moment. I'm sorry. I can't be on game with an impressions.
Please read this out in my accent.
Please read this out in my accent.
Throughout his YouTube career, I have witnessed many interactions. I conclude that he has a tendency toward meanie pantery. It's the best I can do. Best impression. Right now.
Meanie pantery.
Meanie pantery. Yeah.
Meanie pantery, good sir. Yes, a rumph, I do say myself.
Oh.
All right. I gotta go.
Spooky.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
No,
thank
it's
you
cool.
for joining us.
Spooky.
Enjoy your spreadsheet warrior.
Hey, man. If it gets the bills paid. Have a good one, guys.
You too.
Bye.
Daniel J. Newman.
Yeah.
I need to ask you something. What people are out to get you? Is it
Could
they're
be
jealous of you?
that they like the way I look. They maybe like the way I sound, or maybe they don't like the way I look, or they don't like the way I sound. But either way, it's gone to the extremes, to a point of toxic obsession.
Is it because
It
you
might
look
be.
like Father Charles?
Could be other reasons.
Are they in love with you? Like,
Well,
Dustin
some of
is?
them might legit be in love with me. It's true. Wildheart.
What is it?
Wildheart, why do
Wildheart.
trolls go after you? What have you ever been porn bombed before?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Gangster Ghost just got porn bombed today, and
Besides you,
we're still grieving.
Yeah. I don't think they're real trolls. They're just, and I don't think they target. I think they target everyone who's doing live streams. You know what I mean?
Eventually, you're gonna get hit if you do enough live streams. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you get popular, like your channel's growing too, so I would expect to see more.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Wildheart. Are you very wild at heart?
I'm not really. No. No. I'm quite mild.
Delete that. Delete but what Bubblegum Gun said. Delete that now. I'm just kidding.
Wildheart. What do you think of the Lady Aiden video?
I was very much a fan. Yeah. That's
What if one day you met Lady Aiden and you married Miss and Lady Aiden had kids? Would they look Asian?
They will look Aiden. Yeah. I don't know about Asian, but they will look Aiden. Yeah.
Asian.
Laden. Yeah.
Asian laden.
Yeah, here's a guy who came out here with Daniel's picture. Look all gothic and cool, just like Daniel J.
I'm not sure about golfing. I don't like golf. What's that famous saying?
Yeah.
Golf is a good walk ruined. Yeah.
But have you ever? Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Next month I'm going to the UK. It's gonna be crazy.
It will be cool. Excuse me. Sorry.
Wildheart, how
Yeah.
is the addiction journey going?
Yeah, it's going. Yeah, it's okay at the moment. Yeah. I'm still going to prehab, waiting to get into rehab. And yeah, that's it basically. I'm doing well at the moment.
Good.
Oh, that's good. You're a good little guy. We're all proud of you, little guy. Pet your head. Pet your head. You just a good little guy. Just a adorable little guy. He's just a little wild heart. Those are wild heart shoes. Oh, wild heart. Birder Pike's in the comments. Hi, Birder Pike.
Oh, I picked
Birder Pike.
Pike.
Well, next Friday is the 13th.
Is it? Oh.
And the story happened in June, so it is sack month of Friday the 13th.
Oh, do you know what? Do you know what the 18th of June is?
I know what the 19th of June is, but the 18th of June is when I'm taking my dad to Johns Hopkins. For cancer
Oh
treatment.
no, the 18th of June is National Wild Heart's birthday day.
Oh, nice. God grant you many years, Wildheart.
Yeah,
Your
18th
birthday?
of June. Yeah.
My little guy grown up. Now you're hearing 18.
18, yeah, for the 22nd time in a row. Yeah.
I need to tell you, most people I see don't look their age. Daniel doesn't look his age. You don't look your age. You were probably
No,
about
I'm
18.
actually-
He was probably about.
I'm actually going to be 44.
Aiden looks 12. You're only
I'm still a minor.
broke
I
people
still live with
actually
my
look
mommy
their
and my daddy. I live in their basement.
There are only a small group of people actually look their age. You definitely don't look 40.
I
Well,
know I keep getting
18.
told that, yeah. But I am, yeah. I'm 44.
Same thing of Daniel J. Newman. He only looks
Yeah.
Over
Oh,
18. Yeah.
yeah.
Just
Yeah.
barely legal.
Yeah. You can get alcohol in that. Yeah. That's
Only one who looks 30 is Azo. He
Azo.
looks 30.
Yeah.
Ma looks
She does.
21.
Yeah.
And this Mark Stoney, he looks 30. You ever heard of Mark Stoney?
I have. I've never seen him, I don't think. I've heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he looks. He actually looks his age, but everyone else doesn't look their age. Like Aiden, he looks 12. Bubblegum looks 12. Actually. Oh. Dustin looks probably 17 or 18 or something.
Yeah.
But no one actually looks their age. Why is that? Is that because of Daniel J. Newman? Is it because he sacrificed goats to the flying spaghetti monster for to stay young forever?
I think so, yeah.
Is that your Daniel J. Newman?
I think that God gives us a gift every single day, and that's life. And the ability to love. We have that choice.
But Daniel J. Neumann, you know what you've just done?
Yeah.
You just named 2 songs in the space of 2 sentences. God has given us a gift, which is Kiss, God gave rock and roll to us, and That's Life by, I think it was Frank Sinatra.
That's life.
That's life.
Ain't that a thing?
Yeah.
One day you're on a YouTube stream, the next day you're
Silent Grave.
Oh, I think
next thing you know.
that was in the Joker movie. You ever seen
Yeah,
Joker
I
movie?
clearly have seen it if I dressed up like him.
Yeah, that song was in
Yeah.
there. Joker Part 2 wasn't as good. I don't get why they decided to make it a
I didn't even watch it. I watched the first Joker and I thought that one was good. The Lady Gaga one, no, I'm not gonna watch that. I don't like Lady Gaga because I think she is kind of demonically possessed. Like I'm pretty 100% sure on that one.
Really?
Yeah, she's talked about it in interviews before. She's like, when I get inspired, I get my horns, and like she got a little transplant, like to put in because she's like psychotic, and I think it's not necessarily. I mean, I think mental illness and spiritual illness can go hand in hand because the body does follow the spirit. But either way, she's got multiple personalities, and they seem to be quite demonic.
Yeah, see, I would say mental illness has been misdiagnosed.
Who's this guy? Soul Spirit?
Soul Spirit. What is somebody trying to join? Well,
Yeah.
I don't know him. I mean, I probably wouldn't. Gangster Ghost. Like, ask him some questions. Like, audit these people. Like, ask them to do things. Like, turn on your cam. Let me see your face. Like, and then ask them to do something.
Yeah, turn on your
And
cam.
then ask them to do something that they can't like already have a clip for. So just like be like, oh, can you hold up 3 fingers and then 4? You know.
There he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know who that is.
Oh, okay. That's why it's SS.
no, get
Because
rid
he's
of
a
that guy.
nea-Nazi. I forgot.
Sorry about that,
Alright,
murder.
alright.
He's a well-known
Sorry
troll.
about that.
Get rid of him.
Yeah, what if it turns out that Christian Pike has been the troll all along, and he's just like,
never know. You never know.
I've been porn bombing you guys for years.
Oh god.
Yeah, someone tried to
Yeah,
porn
they-
bomb us. It's because they're
They
in
used
love
my
with Daniel
face,
J.
and
Newman.
then they used the username for sandals to get up here.
And then we kicked him, and then another guy named Bob
Campbell.
Campbell, and I kicked him
Yeah.
before he did anything.
I wish Lupin wouldn't do that kind of stuff.
I think they're
So it's obviously someone who's familiar with the channel. if he used Daniel's name,
I think
someone else's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, track him down.
Yeah.
Yeah. How we know it's not you, Daniel
Could
J.
be.
Newman?
That's
Daniel J. Newman.
It's a pretty good trick.
Well, how are you today?
I'm doing fine.
Burger
How are you?
Pie? Okay. It could have been Brett Kane.
Brett
You know Brett
I met him
Kane?
once.
I've heard about him so many times because I guess Wildheart exposed himself or something on one of his streams. Is that true, Wildheart?
I keep getting told that.
Yeah.
To my memory, I have exposed myself 4 or 5 times on different channels. Not due to being very drunk, and I thought I was in the toilet. It was nothing sexual. I actually thought I was in, like delusions and all
Yeah.
that.
Well,
I'm not some guy to give
saw
you like a
a-
pass on things like this, but as somebody who was a former alcoholic, I can understand that you make really, really stupid mistakes. Not
Yeah.
like, that it justifies it, but like, yeah, it's not really a character judgment on like who you are core. Like,
Yeah.
it's not like you're just some weirdo that wants to expose yourself, that kids could see it, like that's not what you were thinking
No.
when you did it.
No.
So I think that's worth bearing in mind.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking when I did it. I was like literally blackout drunk. You know what I mean?
And I've been there too.
Yes.
Brother Pike. What you been doing there, little
I
guy?
have
Watching
not
TV?
been watching TV. I just got off work a little while ago.
Oh, did you
yeah,
have
it was
fun?
a busy day.
Oh, Brother Pike. Do you want to do a show?
Well, I got to
Sunday
preach
or
this
something?
Sunday morning and evening, so I don't think I'll be able to do it this Sunday.
What church you preaching at this time? What denomination? Not the name of the church, but just the denomination.
I will be at it's an independent church, but it's very, very old time Pentecostal holiness. So it's unaffiliated, but you can kind of think of it like that.
Are they oneness too?
This church, it's a Jesus name church. I don't know if they would identify as oneness.
They probably are, because that's part of the oneness movement is to be like, we're going to baptize in the name of Jesus instead of the Trinity.
That's just part of the apostles movement, Daniel.
No, that's from the oneness movement. Jess wants to hook you up with somebody who's actually been through that and gone to orthodoxy, and I think it's a beautiful idea because this guy's very intelligent.
Yeah,
I
he
think
messaged me about it earlier. I told him I'd be happy to talk to the guy.
I think that'd be great, just so that you can at least see like maybe the other side of it, a little bit more. You'll understand us more, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I told him I'd be happy to meet the guy.
I watched him on a stream and he kind of broke down like what their beliefs were, and he's like very theologically minded. He went to seminary, so like he was being trained in this stuff, and that's when he learned about church history, and that's why he became Orthodox. That's what normally happens. But yeah, but he was explaining like some of the reasonings behind it. Like it was a reaction to people actually saying that there was 3 gods. Like there were some weird Protestant movements that were making claims that no Orthodox would agree with. It wouldn't be Trinitarian. But if you were to think that that's what Trinitarians are saying, then it would make more sense why the oneness reaction came about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are some people that that's true about. I teach what I teach just because of the scriptures.
Yeah, I think it would be a really good convo. Either way, I'm very curious to know how it turns out because I don't know if it's not going to be public. I know that much. So
yeah, I think he had told me that he wanted it to be private.
Yeah.
Are Pentecostals the ones that do all the speaking in tongues and the?
Yeah,
they do most of the speaking in tongues. Wildheart. I think you do have the occasional Baptist that joins in.
Yeah.
And there's like this idea of like tarrying, which means like you just kind of keep praying to God, and then like when you come out of it, you're just like, all right, well, I speak in tongues now, and if you don't, you go back to tarrying again, and you're just like, God, please help me to say these words that are, supposedly from the Holy Spirit, but are unintelligible. Kind of like how the pagans did that weird thing, where they would have like a translator and they would speak gibberish. It's like demonic. It's like automatic writing. Yeah.
Oh, glossolalia.
Glossolalia. That's right.
Yeah.
Bingo. But what will be nice about him is like he takes a very like positive stance, which is very rare in Orthodoxy. But I think it's just because of where he came from on tongues. That is very not what I am accustomed to hearing. But he has theological reasons for what he says about how like there is maybe a way to look at tongues. And the way that I gleaned out of it is that people might not have the ability to understand spiritual words. Like Paul, like he laments that, like, I could tell you so much more, but you guys aren't ready to eat that. I had to give you like this pre-digested food. I'm giving you like milk, like a baby, when I could be giving you more like solid food, but you wouldn't understand it. Like maybe in that sense, there can be a sort of spiritual tongues there. But what the church fathers believed is that we were no longer separated by languages. The curse of the Tower of Babel was basically negated. And so what you said, it made sense to everybody who was dwelt with the Holy Spirit. They could understand each other on that level.
Isn't that like milk and honey? Boss upon milk and honey, and then they get to the meat, and it's like new Christians, and then
the land of milk and honey was a way that the Jews thought of paradise.
Oh right, yeah, might be mistaken about that.
Which is interesting that you mentioned that, because, you know, milk and honey could maybe arguably it's more for infants. And we do know that it's children who enter the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah.
My neighbor dog is just howling like crazy right now. I don't know if you guys can hear it through my mic.
No,
You don't, yeah.
What kind of dog is it?
I've met him before. He's a good boy. He gets really lonely when his parents leave. Or, not parents, you know what I mean, his owners.
Yeah.
Clearly he loves them though. I mean, I think it's more than just an owner-slave relationship.
Yeah.
They see each other as family. And so he's crying out saying, "Where'd you go? Where'd you go?"
Brother Paul,
Wow, that's
yes, sir.
What would you like to teach? Would you like to teach tomorrow?
Oh, I don't think I can, man. I'm gonna be on the road tomorrow. I'm sorry. I wish I had more availability.
That's all right. We forgive you, my son.
Yeah, I have kind of a busy weekend.
Oh, Tuesday.
I'm trying to pick up my evangelism schedule, so I'm trying to get on the road more weekends.
Oh. Should we have Daniel J. Neumann teach?
He's a pretty good teacher.
I love the comments here where Missing Mod accused Aiden of casting spells in the chat.
Aiden has been known to cast the occasional spell.
But look at what he wrote in the chat. It's like milk, ostrich, galaxy, finger, enrichment, translent.
He is casting.
Translent.
I was gonna say that's hell of a statement.
What are you saying?
He's out there casting them.
Stop,
Those
Aiden.
are pandemonic incantations.
We don't want it.
We don't want it, Aiden.
That's of the devil. It's gotta be.
It's at least devil adjacent.
Yeah. Devil translucent.
Yeah.
Devil transcendent.
Yeah, he's a good dog. What are your weather? What's everyone's weather like? Because I know in the Midwest, in the United States, there's like lots of tornadoes today and hail.
It's starting to get hot here.
I know in Canada, there's smoke.
Where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently.
Wildfires. Like I think there's like 200 in Canada right now.
Got him.
I think now this is conspiracy theory Dan here, so I'm gonna put on my tinfoil hat. But I think China's buying up land in Canada and they're setting it on fire to make it more fertile. It's like slash and burn, like what the Russians used to do. It's going to make the land better, and now it makes it inaccessible to them at the time. So one day that they can have it for themselves.
Wouldn't that be a good thing though? Like horticulturally.
Say it again?
Wouldn't that be a good thing? Like is it horticulturally? Like, you know, good for the environment.
Aiden's having like a whole stroke right now.
Well, I think natural wildfires are good for the environment. I just don't think that artificially induced ones are. And I think they're being artificially induced.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when we fight, I took an environmental bios class when I was like, in college, and because California fights their wildfires so much, they have these dry lines that are like so
Yeah.
stupid. Because like naturally, it would have taken care of itself, but because we keep fighting it, we have like these zones where like that vegetation will burn up like this because we put out those fires and they already got dehydrated, and it's
Yeah.
just not a
I've
smart thing
always,
to do to fight it.
yeah, they actually got so good at putting out forest fires. You need forest fires to like the little, what is it, saplings.
That's why I go around setting them.
Exactly.
It's for the environment.
Yeah, that's great that you mentioned that, Wild Heart, because there are some trees that actually require wildfires in
Yeah.
order to reproduce.
Yeah.
Oh, Clockwork Rex, Klaatu Barada Nikto, not Nixto, right? I thought it was Nikto, but that's from a classic sci-fi with The Day the Earth Stood Still, not the
Evil
remake.
Dead.
Oh yeah.
No, it might have been used in Evil Dead, but it was originally from the sci-fi The Day the Earth Stood Still. It was the password to stop the monster. I forget what his name was. It started with a G, but it was like a monster the alien sent to kill off the humans. But the alien that came to audit us, he decides that humans are worth saving. And so he says the password, or like he tells the woman the password so she can say it.
Dang. Pike, more like yikes, he got me.
So Brother Pike, can we
Yes,
have
sir.
a reading of the day, or kind of a biblical?
Yes.
Beyond.
Gort! That's right, Clockwork Rex. Yeah, Gort the robot. Nice.
The scripture of the day is,
Yeah.
Thou art holy, O thou that inhabitest the praises of Israel. Or in Georgia, in country slang, we say, God inhabits the praises of his people.
No. God inhabits the prayers of the people.
Human beings were designed to be God dwellers, to be temples of the Holy Spirit.
That presupposes that human beings were designed. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I don't want to start something.
Oh, I think we were. I think God formed us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were the last thing to put onto creation. Kind of like when I set up my frog aquarium, I put in everything else before I put in the frogs because I wanted to make sure that the environment was perfect. All for them. Like I put the plants there for them, I put the food in there for them, the heaters in there for them, the lights in there for them. The water is nice and clean. I made sure that I tested the water at the store and even treated it. I did all of that before I introduced the living creatures into it that were the gemstone of the whole thing. The whole point of the aquarium was for these frogs. And it's the same way with human beings.
Do you have one of those big, not astronauts, those deep sea divers? Those models, deep sea divers.
Maybe I've been deep sea diving. You don't know.
Yeah.
Are you asking like if Americans have deep sea divers?
Like
as a country?
In aquariums in the UK, we have like big models of deep sea divers, like as a thing.
Like in the big metal suits, you mean?
Yeah.
Like the ancient ones where they like the cage over it. Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah.
No, I have a pineapple in my aquarium with rocks. I have like rocks, like different gemstones and stuff that basically weigh down the moss so it doesn't float to the top.
The moss?
Yeah, I put Christmas moss in there.
Oh, moss. I thought it said mosque.
No, not Musk. Yeah, moss.
His
MOSS.
frogs are Muslim.
Mosque.
Yeah, I put a mosque in there. I wanted to make them Muslim instead of Orthodox. No, they were Orthodox for sure.
Orthodox.
Yeah, Ortho frogs.
Ortho frogs.
Mm-hmm.
Are they gay frogs, by any chance?
Well, so this is the thing with them. I asked the pet store person, I was like, "Can you tell what gender they are?" And she's like, "I have no idea." And I was just like, "Okay." So I looked up like what are their behaviors, and males and females, like it doesn't matter what gender they are, they will hug each other as a social thing. That's what
Oh,
dwarf
yeah.
frogs do. So it can look like it's sexual because when it is sexual, it kind of looks pretty similar. I think it just lasts longer. But they kind of just do this thing where they seem to hang out with each other and like they like to sort of eat food together and lay next to each other, and sometimes they will hug. Sometimes
Your
they'll
frogs
chase
are
each other
gay.
too.
Your frogs are gay.
Well, they have love for each other and they're
Oh, they
happy.
got that. Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're happy and
Oh yeah.
they have good frog love.
I'm sure they do. Frogs are gay, boy.
Even if they are gay frogs, man, you know, I still love them.
Yeah. But do you hate the sin? Do you love the sinning gay frogs? But
I don't love the sin, but I love the sinner.
you love the sinner. That's it.
Yeah. Like,
You
I don't
love-
like that you drink because it killed it. Well, it nearly killed me or killed me, whatever you want to take it as. But I still love you, but I
Yeah.
don't love the drinking because I
Yeah.
know that when I did to myself, it just hurt me and it hurt others people around me.
Yeah. Yeah. I get what you're saying. He nearly killed me as well, twice. Yeah.
Wilder, I have a question. Do you know who this guy is?
I hope it's Lady Aiden. Oh, that's Dave.
This guy.
That's Dave the Nugent. Yeah.
He looks kind of like the guy who tried to do that.
Bruce Campbell.
Let me show you.
Yeah.
Interesting. They could just be using random streamers' faces, though, Gangster Ghost, because they do that a lot just to get through, to get people to pull them up.
But that guy was moving.
Yeah, but that's what you do is you basically like will just record this little box here and like you'll just put that in OBS and you present that as a little video and you think it's actually them. But yeah, it's just a clip.
Yeah.
Let me show you with that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to besmirch Dave the News Unit's good name. I'm only joking, he's not nice. Yeah.
Have they seen? I don't see no Azure.
Do they look the
same?
Their glasses are different. And also he has like some weird recording equipment in the background.
Yeah.
Different chair.
Oh, there it is.
That looks like a spaceship.
Azure, these frogs are gay.
Who made the frogs gay? Who?
Azertine.
in the face? Do they look the same?
It's hard to tell. I mean, but again, just because it is that face doesn't mean that's the person responsible. Just like Sandals came on here, and that's not the person from the chat, Sandals.
Yeah.
Because I've actually seen what Sandals looks like
what
before in Brojos, so I know it's not the same person.
How we know it was it? I don't know. But Bird Pie, no, I have some. We'd like to do a show next Tuesday.
I will have to get back to you on the schedule, Logan. I don't know at this time.
Oh, Daniel, would you like to do it? Take this place this time to do a teaching.
If we did something like that, it'd probably be best just to do a restream type of deal. Because I have my own channel. I have Burning Bushes channel. Like, that's where I normally kind of do my thing. You know? Yeah.
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah, please.
Let Bruce do the teaching.
That would be great.
No.
Or Dustin. That's the other one I would love to see. Just both of them together. Yeah, just be like, don't even tell them what it is. Just be like, you guys come up with a topic. You go ahead and agree on something and just make some claims about it.
That would be awful.
Old Brewster Rooster.
It's easy to try to come in and criticize a teaching. It is not easy to give one.
That's true, really.
Yeah. It's easier to break things apart than build them up.
100%, yeah. Oh no. Missing Mod, you think my frogs are gross? Come on, Missing Mod.
Is it because they're named Missing Mod? Do you only think gay frogs are gross?
John and Aquila. They're good. They're good
To
frogs.
be fair, she only said frogs are gross. She didn't specify your frogs in particular.
Yeah, my frogs aren't gross though,
Yeah.
right, Missing
Yeah, but
Mod?
they're under the umbrella of all frogs.
They're
Yeah.
African dwarf frogs. They're aquatic frogs. So they live in the water all the time.
That
They
just
only come
makes
up to the
them
surface to breathe.
toads.
Yeah.
Well, no, toads, I think, live outside the water, right?
And they're salamanders.
So, yeah.
These are aquatic frogs, and
But no, toads aren't salamanders.
Okay, then they're lizards.
No.
if farts were solid frogs, are what they would look like, Aiden? Oh, if farts were solid, frogs are what they would look like. Okay.
That's not necessary.
Jeez. Oh. Thank you, Missing Mod. Thank you. Because I was getting really sad.
Oh, yeah, you saved that, Missing Mod. Yeah.
I need to go talk to my frog.
All frogs are gross except for Daniel's frogs. Oh,
All right, now that he's gone, those frogs are like mad gay.
I know, I can't stand fucking frog.
They're
Oh,
the
sorry.
gayest.
Yeah, gay frogs. Can't stand.
Yeah, that guy looks a lot like News Unit. Yeah.
He is a massive troll, though, to be fair. I wouldn't put it past him for a moment, but it might not have been him as well.
I actually have had frog legs, and they're not bad.
Oh, yeah. Have you been to France?
It really does just taste like chicken, like people say.
Yeah.
Does it have dirty underpants?
I won't be against having frogs legs. I've never had the opportunity, but yeah.
Or would you be for having?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. It's just like any other kind of meat product, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not vegetarian, so yeah, I don't see a problem with it. Has anyone ever had insects?
Serious?
You know, like crickets or another big in Asia?
Yeah, I can't eat the insects. I can't go there. That's too far.
Mm,
They took it too far.
yeah. But apparently they're a good source of protein.
Yeah, but they grind up crickets and make like flour for bread, and that's like the grossest thing in hell.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of anything worse than that in like the underworld.
Yeah. What, the torturing of...
Like cricket flour, like cricket bread. Think about that.
I know, but that's like less bad as, you know, burning people forever.
But just think about the cricket bread, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Like, what are they buttering it with? Like slug slime? It's gross. Stop eating cricket bread.
Oh, what's frog spawn? Frog spawn, yeah. Cricket
Look
bread.
at Aiden's out here eating the cricket bread. What is wrong with you? Why?
That will be a normal breakfast in hell.
If that's what survival requires, I'd rather die.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Bird Mike, I want to ask you. But what would be your next teaching?
I don't know. I know at one time you and I had spoken about doing the deity of Jesus Christ.
That'd be good.
But now I got to do a teaching about this cricket bread thing because Aiden is in our own community and he's out there eating it.
Is it a sin to eat fish?
It's a sin to eat cricket bread. An unforgivable sin.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Is that in the Bible?
No, it's in there.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
First Samuel 3:15. Yeah, forgot about that. Thou shalt not eat cricket bread.
Yeah, it's got to be in there.
Yeah. in there somewhere.
Oh, do you think that could have been Smokey Saint? What do you think? Not Smokey. What's his name? News unit.
I just always assume everything bad is Lupin, but I know that's not true. I just assume it anyways.
That's a good assumption to make, actually.
Right?
Yeah, it won't always be true, but 99% of the
Yeah,
time,
it's
it
a
will
good
be so.
percentage.
Yeah.
He probably, definitely, almost certainly eats cricket prit.
Yeah. Yeah.
What would you do if he came on your screen and jump out naked
Go
into the
blind.
pool? Do you know what Clay said to Aslan Warrior? It was so funny. He said, "If you're what you need any fecal matter, I have enough for you."
that's a hell of a claim. Yeah.
What do you think of that,
I don't
Murder
know what to
Mike?
think about that.
He gets it enough for him. I can imagine him sitting it. That'd be disgusting. But would you like that about her? Have to send you on?
Oh, what, sorry?
That's a joke about her. But about her, yeah, that video showed you getting in an argument with news unit. What happened between you two?
Basically, he, without going into detail, he made fun of several people's dead children, which I took as beyond the pale. So every time I go in there now, I make it clear that I kind of hate him, and I'm only going on this channel to, without swearing, to make fun of him and call him out on being a complete insert swear word here, basically. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
horrible. That guy's really messed up. I seen him threaten to hurt crazy I am, like tar
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah.
but anyways, what change the subject? Brother Pike, what are you doing there, little guy?
Oh,
About
no, I'm just
the
kind of
TV?
relaxing.
Oh, just like the great Brother Pike. Brother Pike, is it true it's not shorts or pants? It's or makes it a dress.
Wait, what'd you say?
I mean, like if you wear a robe, that's a dress.
Oh, I mean, there was a time when robes were considered men's clothing. I don't think many cultures consider them that now. I don't know. I mean, I haven't been to that many cultures.
I think I can imagine Wildheart dressing up in a robe and a dress and a kilt. I just-
Not a
kilt.
kilt,
Sorry,
no. But a robe. I have a dressing robe. I've got a
Oh,
wardrobe.
I heard Irish also have kilts. You know that, Wildheart?
Sorry?
No. Irish also have kilts.
Sorry, I was burping then. I didn't hear you.
But that's what I heard. Ireland also has kilts, like Scotland
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, they're called the Celtic nations. Ireland and Scotland.
Yeah.
They're pretty much the same.
So, Brother Pike, you can wear a kilt now, Brother
I don't
Pike.
know.
We
I feel
all
like I
let
still
you
wouldn't
out.
wear a kilt.
We all-
It's basically a skirt for men. You know what I mean? The Scottish don't like to call it that, but a kilt is basically, yeah, just a skirt.
I mean, to me, it just looks like a skirt. And I know they have a lot of like historical meaning or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, they got to do them if they want to wear skirts, you know.
Can I give a shout out to Dustin Dwayne? Sorry, Dustin. Wow. Dwayne Burke. I mean, good to see him.
Who's that?
He's a long time
You know who that
friend,
is?
and yeah, well, he's a good guy. He's from England.
Aiden must be Scottish.
He's very close to Scottish, actually. He's from Newcastle, which is quite close to Scotland. Yeah.
Oh. What about the old castle?
Yeah, there should be an old castle. If there's a new
I have ancestors from all four of England. UK. England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland.
Yeah, Northern
Is that
Ireland. The Republic of Ireland is a different, their own country on their own. But yeah, you're right. It's yeah.
Northern and Southern Ireland? Does that blow your mind?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that weird? What if I'm related to you, Valhart?
That would be amazing. Are you very rich? You have lots of money.
No. Bert Pike is. He like billions of
All
dollars.
right. Not to be selfish, but I would rather be related to Brother Park, if that's true.
Yeah, are you related to Brother Pike?
Yes,
there,
I
Brother
would
Pike?
put Wildheart in my will. And
Oh,
Wildheart, I'm going to leave you half
Oh.
of everything. So you have to decide now if you want the pants or the shirt.
Oh, can I have the shorts?
That's only a quarter of everything, Wildheart.
Can I have 2 pairs of shorts? Would that be hard? Yeah.
What if you? Yeah. Also, is that crazy, Brother Pike? What if I'm related to you?
I mean, I guess we're all related if you go far enough back.
That is true. Common ancestry is a fact. Yeah.
Like someone's part Wildheart, part Brother Pike.
Yeah,
Wild Pike or Brother
yeah.
Park.
Or Brother Heart. Yeah.
Or Wild Pike.
Is that crazy?
Ah. Yeah.
I mean,
That'd be
Dwayne's out here
crazy.
killing it in the chat. I don't know you, Dwayne, but you seem to be a popular man.
Anything? Is he related to Dwayne the Rock
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
And I can answer Missy Maud's question. He definitely has an accent. Something European.
Yeah, no, he's from Newcastle. He's a Geordie. We call them Geordies, a person from Newcastle. One of their favourite sayings is "Why I man." It's basically hello. Why I man.
That ain't
Yeah.
words.
They're very close to Scotland. Yeah.
How close?
Like maybe 30, 40 miles. I'm not sure exactly, but they're very far north in England. They're still in England, but very close to Scotland.
Oh, you serious?
Yeah.
Well, my friend, he lives in the UK. He goes to Wales a lot.
Oh yeah, my mum goes to Wales a lot. They have a caravan.
Yeah. He disappeared. My Brother Pike disappeared.
First mention of Wales, and he disappears. Huh?
Yeah, he doesn't like
he's
Wales.
racist. Oh,
Yeah. Oh, guys, what would you do if you found out that was? Yeah, I think that might have been news unit who did that.
yeah, it wouldn't
Yeah.
surprise me. Have you met the news unit? Have you ever spoken to them?
No, I never spoke to him or anything. It might have been because I blocked his friend.
Oh, that's a good decision. Yeah. Like I say, I only interact with Smokey Saint just to make fun of him. Yeah.
That's probably why he might have did that.
Yeah.
You think so?
Could be, yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't put it past him.
But soon, we'll call the
Mm.
police on him.
He's used to that, but for different reasons.
Yeah, yeah, we should call the
Yeah.
cops on him. Have him arrested.
Yeah. I think we should.
But, well, but have you ever met someone online in person?
That's a
From
great
online?
question. I don't think I have. I met them online and then met them in person. I don't
Yeah.
think so, no.
I did. My friend from the
Oh,
UK.
yeah.
And this other guy helped save his kid from abuse.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, well done.
Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, it was crazy. What do you think of oh, here's a video by TTOR. Have you ever heard of him?
I have, yeah. I'm not sure exactly where, but yeah.
He does a video
I'm
about
still waiting for you to be a man and produce evidence of the claims against me. Never seen someone so quick to be a hypocrite and support the unbiblical methods of judgment of a secular system that has provided zero evidence of offense other than one person's story over a decade after the supposed claim. I'm waiting, perhaps in vain, for you to show one iota of integrity or manhood and confront the ground. You have to justify for your anti-biblical method of judgment. Wow, so many lies here. Just so many lies. I don't think any of this is actually true. So let's go from the top and we'll work our way back through his comments and we'll break down all the claims he's making and point out what utter lies they are. First of all, he claims that I've been on YouTube for 10 plus years, and this is not actually true. My original...
Oh, you said, have you met this guy? TTOR?
I don't think I've met him. I know who he is. I recognise the face. I don't know whether we've ever spoken or not.
He's on Brett's show a lot. Met him.
Possibly, but yeah, I know who he is. Yeah.
YouTube channel I did start in January of 2015, and I uploaded videos to that channel all the way through July of 2018. And then I stopped uploading to YouTube and started focusing on my BitChute channel and my other alt-tech presences because YouTube censorship at that point was getting pretty bad, and I didn't want to be a part of that. And I thought it would be better for me to invest in the growing alt-tech platforms. And it did succeed to an extent, my focusing on that. So I was on YouTube for 3.5 years, and then I left YouTube. I didn't upload a single video to YouTube from 2018 through 2022. More specifically, from the summer of 2018 through March of 2022, when I returned to YouTube, I did not upload any videos to YouTube. I was literally not on the platform. Like, I kept my original channel around for about a year, and then I deleted it. And so for the last 3 years, I didn't even have a channel on YouTube that you could go back and watch my old videos. And then I come back in March of 2022 at Brett Keen's invitation, and I thought, this could be fun. I mean, I got all these presences on alt-tech platforms where I get plenty of views, so I'm not really that concerned about succeeding on YouTube. I'll just come back to YouTube since the technical process behind my videos is way better, and I'll just see if I can even grow anything. And so that's why I came back to YouTube in March of 2022, just in time for Smokey Saint to get convicted. And I've been posting to YouTube ever since, and I've still maintained my alt-tech presences, and things are going good. But if you add up that time, 3.5 years, 3.25 years since I returned to YouTube, so I have been on YouTube for a little less than 7 years total, as far as TOR and uploading content goes. That Smokey Saint is showing his utter ignorance and claiming that I've been on YouTube 10 or more years, and that's wrong. I've been on YouTube technically less than 7. Then he claims the best I can get is around 100 views per video, which that is objectively false, and we can prove it right here, right now, and you do not have to take my word for it. He claims I get around 100 views per video. Well, when you actually go to my YouTube channel and you click on the More tab, you see that I have 263 videos and 53,478 total video views. Now let's pull out our handy dandy calculators, which I just did, and let's see, 53,478 divided by 263 equals, oh look, I'm getting 203 views per video on average. So he says the best I can get on a video is around 100 views, when the sad reality is that I'm actually getting over 200 views per video on average. Now you may be thinking to yourself, well, that might be the average, but maybe he's saying in general your videos barely get 100 views at best. Well, that's simply not the case. You go to my channel and you can see just 2 weeks ago I put out a video about Jesse Lee Peterson claiming that we can become God, and that video currently has 260 views after 2 weeks, so obviously that's way higher than 100. And then a lot of my other videos haven't done so well, but we see my Mark Dice video about him promoting replacement theology has 139 views. My video about Cringe Panda and King James Onlyism, that has 499 views at the time of this recording. We see my Russell Brand video has almost 700 views. We see my Zara Dar video has 300 views. We see my Christians who believe that Jesus was not a Jew or heretics video has 258 views. We see my Apologia video has over 700 views. And then if you go to my popular feed, you see that, holy smokes, Justin has multiple videos with over 1,000 views. I got my documentary from my...
And we know a guy named Dustin. Justin,
yeah. I think Justin, isn't that Deconstruction Zone?
What you say?
Isn't Justin, Deconstruction Zone?
I'm not sure. That's his
Yeah.
name.
I don't know whether that's who he's talking about, but yeah.
Oh, he's talking about Smokey Saint.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah.
He's going after him. He exposed him for being a pervert, I
Yeah,
guess.
he is. He's a convicted pervert. Yeah. I'm not joking. He seriously is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's messed up. Tell me more what you think. Your great wisest wild heart.
Sorry?
You can tell us.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, wow. What do you use for your stream?
StreamYard. Did you say what do you use for your stream?
Restream.
StreamYard.
I like to use StreamYard, but the way to get the money.
Yeah, actually, keep saying when I go on it, my credit card is run out. So I might have to change. I'm gonna run out of hours pretty soon. So.
I want to ask you something. Yeah, do you think that guy looks like news unit guy?
A little bit, yeah. I think the news unit is a bit older. Yeah. Yeah, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Me and Smokey Saint had an interaction yesterday or the day before, and I was bringing up logical arguments against God and stuff, and he was just calling me an idiot and claiming the moral high ground. You know what I mean? He's not a nice person.
Don't let
Smokey
him live.
said, yeah, no.
But yeah, I want to show you the
Yeah.
picture. That guy looks a lot like Smokey Saint. Do you think that's Smokey Saint?
No, I've seen Smokey said, no, he doesn't look like that.
Are you
Yeah,
sure?
yeah. He's not got a bald head, and I think he's got a beard. Smokey said, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Don't let him
I've
up.
seen the court pictures. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask him. Do you think? Yeah. That Lupa guy. He's a funny, crazy nut.
Oh, Lupin. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a crazy guy.
Yeah. I spoke to Lupin the other day. We had like a Bible. Oh, you know Sandman?
Yeah, same. And he's on here. He's a
Yeah, Sandman was on there as well. And I went on with
awesome.
Lupin, and we were having like a Bible discussion.
Oh, guys, what was that show about when you were on there defending Miss Maud?
Oh, that was on Lupin's as well. Yeah, it was a different stream, but yeah, Claire was on there, Lupin, and Bubblegum, and they were all having a go at Missing Mod, like saying nasty things about her. And I just,
You're a nice
yeah,
young man. Thank you for standing up for
yeah,
Miss
I
Maud.
just said, from what I know, she's a nice person. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. So,
You're nice.
yeah.
But I want to ask, the only thing you have to talk about is video games? Ooh.
What's that?
Hate the player, hate the parent not to watching them. No.
Sorry, man.
Thank you, Bahar. Aw.
No problem. Yeah.
She said, aw, you're a good young man. Yeah, I want to ask, would, uh, when the first time you met Smokey Saint?
Oh, it was a few years ago. Like, I remember the first time in the side chat. Like, the first time I'd ever spoke to him. It was just in a side chat and on some stream. And he said, like, you're clearly an idiot, scoundrel. He has a way with words, most of them insults. So he just came out with this, like, barrage of just, like, calling me names, even though we'd only just met. You know what I mean? He's not a nice person.
Yeah, it's crazy. He said you're too old for Smokey. Why?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. Smokey prefers 13-year-olds. Yeah.
For more days, a spooky bed year celebration. Oh, it's your birthday. Are you turning 21?
Again, yeah, yeah. 21 again for the. Yeah, no, I'm actually 44, so you'll have to do them.
You don't look 44.
I know.
How do we know you're really 44?
Yeah. Yeah.
What if it turns out you're really 21 and you didn't know you're 21?
That would be amazing. Yeah. I might be 21.
I want to ask. What if they made a machine could reverse your aging back to being 21 again? Would you do it?
Yeah, under certain conditions. Would I have the same life from 20 onwards?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not then.
It'd be no different than now, but your just body would be 21.
Yeah.
Your brain would still be just as developed.
Yeah.
But you'd be a body of
Oh, yeah, I
21
would do that, yeah. Yeah. Because I would have all the knowledge that I have now, plus the body of a 21-year-old. Yeah, we'll do that.
Dwayne asked, "When is your birthday, Wild?"
It is the 18th of June. Yeah.
My little Wild growing up. Remember, he's just a little Wild heart. He's just a little guy. No, nobody. Oh, I want to ask. Uh, is Bon alright?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I want to ask, what would happen if? Uh, I want to. Have you ever been to another country besides anywhere else?
Yeah,
I mean,
Spain. Or the Spanish Islands, you know, the Balearic Islands. Ibiza and Mallorca. I've been to.
you know this. Puerto Rico, Mexico, Cuban, these other countries in the South
Yeah.
and North, Central America came from Spain.
Yeah.
Like America came from
Yeah.
Britain.
Yeah.
That blow your
The
mind.
Conquistadors, I think they were called. Conquest. Yeah. Like, it isn't Mexico. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Is that crazy?
Yeah. Although I think the British
Yeah.
did the best at taking other people's countries. You know, with the British Empire. I think we took the most countries.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh, then the U.S. There's Canadian English of
Mhm.
Canada, and I think Jamaica
Jamaica.
came
Yeah.
from Britain.
We still have the Commonwealth, which is basically countries we took over. We invaded and stole, basically. Yeah.
Uh, all kinds of
Australia
countries.
is another one.
Oh, are they still part of Britain?
Sorry?
Is Australia still part of Britain?
Australia's
A part of the UK?
it's in the Commonwealth. We gave them their country back, I think. I might be wrong about this. We gave them their country back, but they still have like our royal family on their money. Like Canada. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, I have a friend who lives in the
Yeah.
UK. I met him. Yeah, him and I play video games with him on Fortnite and stuff. It was
Yeah.
crazy.
Cool.
Yeah, and that's who I'm going to first go to Orlando, Florida, then
Yeah.
Tennessee, and then to Boston, and then to the
Wow.
UK.
It's like a world trip.
Yeah, gonna go to UK to London where the bridges are falling
Yeah.
down.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Is that
Yeah.
crazy?
That's the world.
Yeah, in
Gangster
the
Ghost World
UK.
Tour. What
Yeah.
are you gonna keep us
Well, not
updated? Are you gonna take like videos of stuff while you're over there?
yeah. When I'm on the plane, I'm gonna record out. Put my phone by the window, record outside the plane when
Yeah.
it's flying. Let's put that on the internet.
That'd be
That'd be
cool, yeah.
crazy.
You could disprove flat Earth. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be crazy. uh, yeah, that'd be awesome. See all the clouds and stuff. It's gonna be scary. Have you ever been on a plane?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like four or five times. Yeah. Sometimes I was okay, sometimes I got a little bit panicky. Yeah. Um,
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. And on my way back from the UK, it's gonna be in a airport of Manchester.
Get in. That's where I live. Yeah.
That'd be great. I'd meet you there. Would that be crazy?
Yeah, if you give me a date, I'll make it down to Manchester Airport. We can have a coffee or something.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. It's gonna be next month in July. I'm not sure when. I have to wait to talk to my friend about that. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Cool. Yeah, just give me a date. Yeah, we can meet up, have a coffee. That'll be good.
Would you ever like to go to Canada where you can meet Lady Aiden?
Yeah, we've still got to decide, when we get married, which we will. Yeah, where we're going to live, Canada or the UK. I'm kind of pitching the UK to Lady Eden at the moment. I'm trying to get her to, just because it'd be easy for me. Try to get her to come
It's
over.
crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, what if you had kids and they had a lot of kids? You said they would look Asian.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. With witches hats on. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Where's Sandman been today? We missed Sandman. Mr. Sandman.
Bring me
Bring
green.
us a
Yeah,
Well, I made a Sandman song. You know, I made a Sandman song.
Yeah.
Well, our Sandman. Yeah,
Yeah.
crazy.
I think I might have annoyed him the other day on Lupins. He was trying to make out that, like, there was a passage in the Bible, it was a prophecy that was talking about Mary. And the first part of it said she always, or they, or she always looked towards the east. And I was pointing out that if it's Mary, a human being, she couldn't have spent her whole life looking towards the east. He didn't like that. He got a bit upset. Yeah.
Yeah, Sandman, if you're around, come on here. We missed
Yeah.
you.
He was nice about it though. We didn't have like an argument or anything. Yeah, it was just a discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, he's always a nice gentleman,
Yeah.
just like you.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a good guy. I like him.
Yeah, he's Clay, he's crazy.
Clay's a little bit crazy, yeah.
He's a crazy guy, Clay.
But I've heard it from a good source, Seal, that we're never going to survive unless we get a little bit crazy.
Wow. What if we get wild? Like wild?
Yeah, like a wild child. Oh, baby, I'm a wild child. You know what you've just done?
Uh-oh.
I'm going to have to go and start my own stream now. So I can sing. No, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's not your fault. It's just my brain. That's how it works.
What have you been doing? Have a crazy break. What's up? You dancing good at play?
Clay in the cab, 18 wheels of steel and his stock. Daniel J. Neumann and troll him non-stop. Spins that wheel like a troll on a meme deal. Boots on the dash, smirk on his face. Trucking down the highway out of legal grace. Obsessed with Ryan, checking every post. Got a shrine on the dash like a holy ghost. Snap back low, bumping Timmy, trolling so hard, even ready to say sheesh. Clay in the cab, dancing wild in his seat, hunting down wolfed in like a buck in heat. Loves dusting deep in the woods haze. Trolling every forum like it's back in my bubble. Boots stomping loud, but it's just Clay being Clay, trolling the crowd. Wakes up late, drinks 5 Red Bulls, sends memes so mean, break community rules. Look at me, Ryan. He types in, look at him in a window from bushes while stalking Jess Trail in his twisted dreams. Rolls up to town in a jacket too tight with a fake armband just to start a fight. Ain't no Neo nothing, he just likes the flame. Loves the chaos, not the hate. It's a dirty game. Clay in the cab, dancing wild in his seat, hunting down, wolfed in like a buck in heat. Loving buck deep in the closet haze. Trolling every forum like it's back in my space. Dressed like trouble, boots stomping loud, but it's just Clay. just online too long. Turned his truck into a chat room with the country song. Got looping on the CB, laughing through the static. Their love's so weird, it's post ironic. So if you see him rolling through your town with a sticker rig and a crooked crown, just wave and nod, don't feed the bees, cause Clay's the troll king riding from the east. He danced with Badge and Sandman, Clay in the cab, Clay in the cab, forever trolling, never looking back.
It's funny. I don't think they
That
could
was
dance.
classic.
Yeah, I don't think they could outdance him. He is the crazy guy.
That was classic. But a lot of gay dancing. Not that there's anything wrong with being gay. But do you know what I mean? A lot of gay dancing. Which I enjoyed.
Clay's dancing is gay dancing.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, there's your famous.
Oh,
Lady.
The great Lady Aiden. Yeah. Lady Aiden the Third, as I like to call him.
It was all Jess' idea for this video.
She's actually a good-looking woman. You know.
What if you fall to another dimension where you're married to Lady Aiden?
That would be my perfect dimension. Yeah.
And your son is Dwayne and Smokey Bed Hair.
Spooky bed hair. Yeah, I would say.
Spooky
Yeah.
Bed Hair.
That again, that would be my perfect dimension. Yeah.
And you're both king and queen of England.
Yes. With all the mansions and all all the land. I wish this dimension was that dimension.
And look at this.
Yes, sir.
This is the great stamp.
Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream of incense rising and
Look at Dustin in the
icons that
background. He's
gleam,
getting attacked by a lady.
shielding the faith from heretical schemes, guarding tradition with holy routines. Mr. Sandman, don't let them in, those modernist thoughts that lead us to sin. Keep us steadfast, our doctrine pristine. Mr. Sandman, bring us a dream. Mr. Sandman, sipping his brew, espresso in hand, with a vigilant crew, battling forces that seek to demean the sacred truths of what we believe. With Daniel Clay and Jess by his side, they dance through the night, their spirits alive, defending the faith with love and esteem. Mr. Sandman, bring us a dream.
Oh, guess who else is on?
Where are we going?
Daniel J. Neumann. You ever heard of Daniel J. Neumann?
I recognise the name. I'm not quite sure who he is, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think
He's the burning bush.
I think we spoke to him about 10 minutes ago. Yeah. Right, but Gangster Ghost, I'm gonna have to go now. You put music in my head, and me being the odd individual.
sorry.
No, it's not your fault. No, it's a good thing. But me being the odd individual that I am, I need to go and sing music now. To myself or possibly others. Yeah. But
Saman or anybody? Is Saman here? Saman, you can join. Join us, Saman.
Yeah.
But you're a good young man, Wildheart. We're all proud of you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You have been an excellent host as always.
Oh, thank you.
All right, cheers. Thanks, everyone.
You're
Everyone inside the chat. Cheers. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Yeah, we'll look at our videos. Mr. Saman, bring us a dream. You better bring us a dream or get beat off. Bring us a dream, bum bum bum. Mr. Sandman, bring us a dream. Mr. Sandman, bring us all a dream. Bum 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 bum.
Friend Milt Marcy that he allowed me to re-upload, and that has 10,000 views. I have my video about Styx Hexenhammer 666 groping a girl on a live stream, and then he got arrested.
See? 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 Mr. Sandman, you bring us a dream, mama. Mr. Sandman, bring us a dream, dream, dream. Mr. Sandman, bring us all a dream. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Mr. Sandman, you bring us a dream. Bum, bum, bum. Mr. Sandman, Mr. Sandman, bring us all a dream. I'll put the sound right now.
He died in the streets. You hear the chains. They coming. Good midnight fog, slide through the mist. Cold steel gripped in an undead fist. Whispers in the alley, shadows don't shift. A ghost in a hoodie with a full black clip. 6 deep, off in the block. Buried in suits, but they still one shot. No face, no case, stay solid and cold. Revenge on their mind from the grave they roll.
Gangster ghosts, they don't sleep, they float. Chains go clang when the reaper roll close. Eyes all black and their souls been sold. You can't shoot back when the body's this cold. Oh, phantom crew, they don't knock, they face. Walk through walls, set the block ablaze. From the tomb to the trap, now they roam in haste. Gangster ghosts bringing hell through the maze.
Bullet creep in the trap where the candles burn. Ouija board split, now the killers return. Dead men talk in the code of the curse. Every verse is a hex, every bar is a hearse. Blood drips red from a past unpaid. Now they ride through the night in a spectral parade. Hollow eyes, but they still got aim. Spraying ghost rounds, ain't nothing the same.
Don't say the name. Don't play the tape. They circle the crib. there's no escape.
Oh, but see here, the first time Dustin met Sandman.
He was, but he'll also give us
with his Goldman Mercedes.
Yeah, with his gold, and he'll also give us some garments to cover ourselves. Though, so this is why blessed us that charity is everlasting. You know.
Gangsta.
Absolutely.
Hi, Sandman. Merry Christmas.
Yo, sad man. It sounds like you're crinkling up like aluminum foil, bro. What's going on? Never mind. He's quiet.
Hey, he went right
Hello?
for it.
Testing.
Yeah, G. Yeah.
Test. Is it good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can.
Is it clear? It's clear. It's good.
Yep, it's
Not
clear.
too loud. Thank you,
No,
guys.
not too loud.
All right. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Alive
How's
and well.
everything? Alive and
Kicking it
well.
old
That's the way. That's the way to be. So, what are you guys talking about today?
You haven't been listening?
Oh, I think I caught Josh saying that he's going to have a good harvest, something like that.
No,
I was praying for a good harvest for him.
I'm saying that me and Dustin are gonna show up to heaven with very little to show, like barely enough garments to like cover our exposed areas, and like people like you and AJ are gonna be rolling around in your Lamborghinis.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, Bugatti, not Lambo, Bugatti.
Yeah.
Bugatti,
Just make sure you give us a couple like pants and shirts so we can like, you know, not be naked.
Be at least presentable.
Yeah, but then if
I know you don't want to offend yourself with my fruits.
Yeah. Don't.
Right. True.
We wouldn't want that. We wouldn't want that.
That's true. That is true. Oh, I'll keep that in mind.
Oh.
So, Gangster, how you been?
Good.
Yeah, everything good?
Yeah. Oh, Kitty said he would like to talk to you. What day and time would be good for you?
Well, did he send me the money so we can have the chat, or did he put? Did you go to my Patreon and?
Well, first off, you designated the wrong species. It would be euro, not dollar.
That's a good idea. I should have done that. Yeah. So, what'd you say, Gangster?
That he would like to talk to you. What day and time would be good for you?
Well, as soon as I see the money in my bank account, I'll talk to him.
Oh, okay.
How am I going to get that Bugatti? I mean, come on.
Well, God's going to give it to you, man, for all your hard work on this planet. Your wages for your hard work. Absolutely. Your practical ideals that are firmly grounded in human understanding. Absolutely. You're going to be rewarded for all of that.
Yeah. But it's okay because if you might have to spend a little bit of time like in eternal suffering, purgatory, but then don't worry, your friends out on this side will.
Sorry everyone. I decided to if someone doesn't come on, I decide to just end the show. Thank you everyone for coming on. There we go.
hoodie with a full black clip. The alley, shadows don't shift. A ghost in a hoodie with a full black clip. 6 deep, all from the block. Buried in suits, but they still run shop. No face, no case, be silent and cold. Revenge on their mind, from the grave they roll. Gangster ghosts, they don't sleep, they float. Chains go clang when the reaper roll close. Eyes all black and the soul's been sold. You can't shoot back when the body's this cold. Phantom crew, they don't knock, they phase. Walk through walls, set the block ablaze. From the tomb to the trap, now they roam in haze. Gangster ghosts bringing hell through the maze. Who's in the trap where the candles burn? Ouija boards flip, now the killers return. Dead men talk in the code of the curse. Every verse is a hex, every bar is a hearse. Blood drips red from a past unpaid. Now they ride through the night in a spectral parade. Hollow eyes, but they still got aim. Spraying ghost rounds ain't nothing the same. Don't say the name, don't play the tape. They circle the crib, there's no escape.